So, hello everybody, and we are going to start pretty soon. And because there is important activities here, it's going to be a manual piloting DFTO. So, DFTO actually stands for detailed flight test objective. So that's why we are going to see that soon. And then for the rest of the few hours, it's not going to be that long. We are going to see the public affair office, the event, the live CSA, the Canadian Space Agency downlink event will also going to start around 3 hours and 24 minutes from now. So that's why, and we are going to see that part as well until the beginning. So, yeah, we are not going to be that long. So, just give me some kind of preparation here. So, thank you so much, everybody, for waiting. We will go soon. So, thank you so much. Uh, Hello, everybody, and good morning. I'm Daniel Suguwa, your host today for the how do I say for the stream of this for this live stream of the Orion Integrity spacecraft, especially the Artemis II crewed moon mission, where we are going to see soon enough. It's not going to less than 6 minutes from now. Should be around 5 minutes from now. Okay, we shall see the manual piloting detailed flight test objective will be commenced at and yeah at and right now it's already the flight day number 4. That one will actually last around 25 minutes for this manual piloting DFTO. And in fact, you already heard what they are doing right now. So rather than wasting you so much time, I'll let you guys actually see what's happening behind what's happening back in the mission control and also for the NASA themselves. So yeah, and also for these 4 astronauts onboarding the Orion Integrity spacecraft, serial number CM-003, which is in no particular order, would be Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Christina Koch, uh, and also Reid Weisman. So we are going to see it here. All right, and this is the real-time visual what you're looking at now. And yes, right now because I actually mentioned it's morning here in Sarawak in Borneo. It's actually morning. It's 9 7 it's 9 7 24 a.m. here on 5 April 2024. So yeah, for still part in the US or especially around the Americas region, it's still nighttime in on 4 April 2026, so understandable like that. And yeah, this is what you're looking at right now. The activities, it's looking nice and clear. And yeah, you're looking at the visual view here, and probably it's also best for me to just close this music if we can. All right, so this is it. This is a straight up, how do I say, white noise sound here, nothing else. You can see. All right, so looks like it's there it's still doing its job, and you can see the RCS, the reaction control system thrusters there. It's literally firing. So I can say it should be the DFTO, the manual piloting here. Oh, that's very interesting view there. You can see, and it's got overexposure here as a result of the sun literally just light up that part, light up the Orion spacecraft part there. You can
Houston
see.
Integrity, just let us know when we're go to start the manual piloting DFTO2 step 1.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they are doing there. Mm.
All right,
Oh,
Integrity crew, you are go to start the manual piloting DFTO. We are going to come on board with CapCam 3. And when you
all
perform
right.
this DFTO, we are happy to take 10 degrees rotation in all axes instead of 15 if you like. We will also happily accept all pilots that we have time for. Let us know how she handles.
All right, all right. So looks like another one here. This one is the Capcom speaking
Okay,
capsule
the sound
communicator
of all
here.
that, copy 10 degrees, so I will aim for that to speed this up a bit so we can get more inputs.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, and also if you see on the background, you can see there's There's Artemis there,
And
literal
crew are
Artemis.
onboarded in through CAPCAM 3.
Artemis, how do I say? Plushie, I guess. From Sailor Moon. Yeah, and apparently some people actually pick up the detail, and I do need to confirm it. And I saw it. Yes, there is Artemis there. They're really playing around with the pun, isn't it? Artemis and Artemis, not Artemis. So to speak. And this is it. You can see what they're doing right now.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orbit 1 and 2 teams are currently in their handover,
All
and
right.
the crew
Looks
aboard
like the
Orion has stepped
manual
into their manual
piloting, the
piloting
FTO, has
procedures.
already started. The FTO really stands for
This may
Detailed
look like a
Flight
familiar
Test
view. We saw
Objective,
it just after launch when the crew was
and it's
conducting
going
the
to,
proximity operations
um,
demonstration. That was NASA
oh,
astronaut
yeah.
Victor Glover, the pilot of the spacecraft, manually commanding Orion.
For a quick waste update.
All right. So this going to last 25
Rocket.
minutes. So we are going to see here. And then afterward at T
Okay,
plus,
Jams, now we have about 10% of the time we see a full blizzard, and then it dies down to a flurry, and then it picks up to a full blizzard again. It's going about blizzard about once every maybe 30 seconds, but it is very dynamic. It's not just one continual send, but it's beautiful, and we're watching the tank quantity go down, so hopefully it's looking good.
all right. So you can see there
That's super
in
helpful for us to know.
inside
Thanks,
the
Reid.
Orion
I'm
spacecraft
still
there.
watching it.
You can see there. All right. Very interesting. You can see how they are currently piloting the how they are doing this piloting
And
right now.
Houston Integrity, it's not in the procedure, so we just want to double check with. We're going to do this
All
DFTO
right.
in DAP mode 2.
All right. All right. Looks pretty interesting. And then by that
Confirm.
point,
Laps.
after the manual piloting, the FTO ended, 5 minutes later, they're also going to start do lunar imaging review for flyby operations. This one would last for
Heard some
one
words from
hour,
Commander Reid
and
Weisman
afterward,
discussing the wastewater dump
uh,
currently
uh, and
ongoing.
afterward we don't see
We had a
any much of the activity.
view
But
of that from
however,
outside the
at
cabin. We are back
T
inside
plus
Orion right now,
three
preparing for the
days,
manual piloting
five
demonstration.
5 hours and 50 minutes,
On the left side of your screen is Canadian
for
Space
around
Agency
lasting
astronaut
around
Jeremy
10 minutes, it
Hansen,
will be
and to
the
his right, NASA astronaut Christina
live
Koch.
Canadian Space Agency downlink event.
During this
Basically, this is a
demonstration, the
public
crew will be able to
affair
manually
event,
pilot
so
Orion
that's
once
what
again
we are
and
going to
test
see.
its 6-degree
And
of freedom
afterward, it
and
will be
3-degree of
mostly
freedom.
for the crew pre-sleep
If you
procedure,
look
but it
closely in
would
the
be around
background,
T
you can
plus
see NASA
three
astronaut and pilot Victor
days,
Glover
7 hours
filming
and
part of this
45
demonstration.
minutes up until an hour. That's going to be a crew pre-sleep procedure. But by then, after probably tens of minutes after the end of the public affair events, I will also going to end the stream because at that point it's going to be that long.
Artemis II is MET 3
And yeah,
days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon. Now
all right,
187,633
2/3
miles away
way
from
to the
our home
moon.
planet of Earth,
Wow.
93,890 miles away from the moon.
Yeah, so in case you want to know about the thumbnail that I actually use, specifically around Orion, it's already going far away from the Earth. Actually, it's actually it's actually no longer that kind of distance anymore. It's by the time that actually happens, that's around 100,000 plus kilometers or already, if I remember correctly. But even then, it's no longer
Alright,
even
continue
then
some
that kind of,
analysis here for
how do I say,
the
distance, it's no longer that 100% accurate
phenomenal.
anymore,
It's
but
noted that with
it
this
should
warp
be
mount,
it should
just
be
as the plane says we
representative.
do, it's about just
How
5
is it
downward
that
force.
one is
Try to
actually
make sure you don't get
appeared
that like
around
is required, but that's
24
fine.
hours
That's
plus
normal.
ago,
And
So I just use
We
it.
had a little bit of
It
coupling
should
and
be good.
roll, and
All
both
right.
in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
All right. All right.
Copy all.
All right. And in the meantime, I also really maybe should, I don't know, it's a, it's a bit of time. Not entirely though. Yeah. But it's okay. At least I have a great sleep last night. And I promptly have to
Okay, and
quite
we're
start
still
the
just
stream.
completing
I
the
mean,
pitch
even though there's
maneuvers,
like
but we're not picking
even
up
though
any
there's like
coupling for
time
the
to
pitch.
get ready,
And the
and I
capable
remember
is very
by the time
responsive
I've
at
already
nulling out the half degree per second,
um
almost instantaneous.
by the time I've already finished my morning
Copy.
prayer, it's like less than an hour before the stream. Yeah, I actually do whatever kind of preparation I can do around that time. And that's why we are able to start the stream right on time, or slightly just a little bit earlier. That's why. That's the reason. And here we go again. What again they are looking for? All right. Interesting, isn't it? Or maybe not. Or I don't know. Anyways, this stream, even though I give you some brief update, this stream is not intended to be very technical. It's going to be just mostly casual,
Again, the
chill
manual
here and
piloting
there.
demo is beginning aboard the Orion spacecraft, and as the Orbit 1 and 2 teams hand off, I am
Okay,
going to hand
manual
off to my
piloting
friend and
demo is
colleague Anna
beginning.
Schneider.
Huh.
She will be carrying through the rest of the manual piloting demo, the rest of the crew's day, and our live stream continues 24/7 on NASA YouTube.
Oh, that's interesting. So now hand over from another NASA communicator as well.
Okay, Houston, for the roll, the only thing I noticed is I had a little coupling in the roll right in yaw, and was able to compensate for that in the roll, or in the roll left. Didn't have any coupling in the yaw.
Oh,
I think we're just getting used to the orb mount too.
and you need to know because they are already two-thirds away
Copy all, Jeremy, and we are a
from the
minute away
Earth.
from a data
Of
rate
course, there's
change.
going to
We will
be
have a
a
very
bit
brief
more
LRS during that time. I will let you know
communication
when we're
delay
back
in
with you.
comparison to previously. Okay, so that one, if I remember, if previously they have like three,
Okay,
4 seconds of delay, this one could be around 5+ seconds of delay. Because you need to know that the light, usually when it travels from Earth to Moon, if I remember correctly, it has a delay of around 1 hour. But however, because you want to do some kind of communication, you need to translate here and there with the radio wave. You need to remember, even radio wave actually moves same speed of light itself. So we can use this assumption because there's processing also needed to do on board the spacecraft, and also around, how do I say, around the mission control as well. Some processing needed, and also to decrypt some of the you need to do some encryption, uh, uh, signal encryption, and then signal decryption back to and fro mission control center, and also the Orion spacecraft. Of course, there's going to be a few more seconds of delay here and there. Okay, and they're a little bit off bound of range. Yeah, you can see by now how many thousands of kilometers from the Earth. I think we're already crossing 300 plus kilometers away from Earth, and for the Moon should be around 200,000 kilometers left. Yeah, you can see the distance. It's a little bit pronounced there. Okay, and rather than some assuming, I can try put here 180,800. Let's just say miles to kilometer. Yeah. So, from Orion spacecraft from the Earth, right now it's around 302,300 point. Let's just say we round this to point 0.3 kilometers away from Earth, and or Orion spacecraft um to the moon. Oh no, how do I even look at this? Never mind. Let's just say it's around 8,900 miles. We turn this into kilometers. It will be around 144,680 point. Round this to 0.56 kilometers away. So yeah, you can see it's going to
Integrity crew, we're
closing
back
the
with you.
distance right away. So that's why. And yeah, fortunately, I'm
Okay,
using
we just
the
finished the
browser here.
freeze-off maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm using the browser
The
here.
rate
Here
don't
it
seem
looks like
the
it has
same. The
inbuilt
response seem the same.
converter, so I don't have to
But it
go
is
to the website like
difficult to
that.
tell whether you might have some cross-coupling
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
during
okay.
the orbits of the vehicle. But we were pretty content in the
93,650, let's
last
say
roll, and then the
1
coupling that showed up, which was 4
miles to
degrees, was coming
kilometers.
from the vehicle
It will
and
be
not the
around
RHC.
150,000,
Copy all, Jeremy.
717.23
Thank you.
kilometers away to the moon. So yeah, and the velocity, oh, miles per hours. Oh man, 2006. Okay, the kil the velocity in kilometers per hours, it will be around three. It will be around 3,326.5. Let's just say we round this into 3 kilometers per hours. So this is for your information if you're very interested. All right. So that's that. And probably for now, while they're doing this kind of DFT or piloting stuff here and there, manual piloting.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston
All
inside
right.
the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and
Okay,
the
so
Orbit
looks like
2
they've
team of
already
flight
changed
controllers has
the
recently come on console and has
already changed
completed their
NASA
handover
communicator.
with the
So yeah,
Orbit 1
very
team,
great news.
who are wrapping up their shift. The Orbit 2
All
team this
right.
evening will be led by NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Jackie Mahaffey. The crew on board the Orion
All right.
spacecraft, which you can see
All
With
right.
the jets intentionally
Another one.
deselected with the left yaw, the rate built up as expected nominally, but
Mm-hmm.
it's having a hard time nulling out the rate. So it's almost there now, and we've got 7 degrees of
Mm-hmm.
yaw before it nulls the rate.
All right.
Copy all. Thank you, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we have slightly higher frame rate here.
So the vehicle overshot
So
by 7 degrees once it was
okay, pretty
released
stable
from the
here.
yaw left, and then it
Mm-hmm.
built up very slowly, built up a rate, and it's looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting
Mm-hmm.
again.
All right, here we can see
Copy
again.
all.
Okay, so meanwhile they're doing
Yeah,
their
and
manual
during
piloting stuff,
that maneuver, we
just
haven't maneuvered back into
give me
center yet.
some
We've
kind of
developed 5 degrees
uh
of
just let
roll
me
left
do
and
a little
5
bit
degrees of pitch up.
background stuff. I need
And
to
then
prepare for my
when it built up a rate
breakfast
to try
here
and,
and
looks like
there.
it tried to go back to where the RHC was
So
released,
so
it
that's
went
that.
back to
Thank you so much. I'll be
355
back.
instead of
Not
350.
going to be
So
that
just
long.
to read all that down, we commanded a left yaw until we saw 350 yaw. It went to 343, and then it went back to 355 before it nulled all the rates. And now we'll put one in, and we'll just take it back to 0.
Very good. Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity are currently working through a manual piloting developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. You can see the crew there on your screen. That's a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. So on the left-hand side, you can see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and next to him is Christina Koch.
Okay, and now the yaw rate is complete, and as expected, took quite a bit of time to build up the rate, but was able to null the rate quickly and accurately.
Copy all.
During this developmental flight test objective, the crew is working to perform several attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom.
During the pitch checkout, there is no perceptible change in performance. It's able to build the rate quickly and null it out quickly and accurately.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay, and then for roll in this configuration, the left roll is a little bit slower to build up. The right roll is responsive as per normal.
Copy.
And Jenny, we are going to switch pilots now. This will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Koch swapping places as they continue through the manual piloting developmental flight test objective. Again, they are performing several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control on the spacecraft. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom: forward, backward, up and down, and left and right, and 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw. So through this developmental flight test objective, the crew is comparing the standard 6 degrees of freedom to
Integrity Crew Houston, we want to offer up to our pilot, if you want, you can do 5 degrees instead of 10 to move it along a bit quicker. We're looking forward to getting some info for you as a pilot here.
Okay, we Copy that.
Currently, NASA astronaut Christina Koch is piloting the spacecraft for this manual piloting DFTO.
That one already had 10 in, so I went ahead and completed all the way back. Standard 6-off behavior, fast ramp up to the DAP speed. There were 2 degrees of roll added in. I did attempt to stop that cross coupling during the roll, during the yaw back, but I didn't get there. So just a little cross coupling there, getting used to the orb mount and its play.
Copy, we follow. Thanks, Christina.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. So through this developmental flight test objective that you're watching them complete on your screen, they are working to compare the standard 6 degrees of freedom to the degraded qualities of 3 degrees of freedom. In that case, it would mean the crew could only control the rotational axes of roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, similar behavior with 5. In this instance, there was just a very small amount of roll in that I did try to take out, and with a quick roll pulse, it did take it out. That was just kind of a manual thing that I did, but it was nice to see you could do that if you had unintended coupling going on.
Copy all.
Okay, a similar thing with roll. Roll was definitely the most difficult for me to keep the yaw out coupling naturally, so I just kind of put some manual yaw in to undo the coupling there, but similar 6-off performance.
Excellent. Thank you, Christina. And just for your information, we are comfortable going a little over on this activity. Our schedule allows for it today, and we're getting a lot of good info from you. So we'll have you continue to the end of the DFTO.
Copy. Negligible change in 3 DOF with the yaw.
Copy.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
Okay, great performance in pitch, similar to the 6-off.
Copy.
Okay, on that one I kind of went the other direction at first, but was able to remove some yaw oscillations. I think the orb mount with roll, I was just playing with some compensation there, like kind of actively using muscles to keep yaw in or from going. Mixed results, but it was good to try some of that actively.
We like it. Thank you.
All right, Jenny, on this one, given that when we did this, he had an overshoot, which was then overcorrected 5 degrees in the direction he came from, I wanted to try the method of actually overshooting on purpose to try to get back to the 5-degree, so we'll see if that works.
Thank you. We're following along.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views, and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
All right, so I'm back again, guys.
Boom, 5 degrees.
All right, so looks like they are still
Boom.
doing. Okay, so they are still doing the manual piloting here. Oh, so they are doing 5 degrees. If I remember correctly, rotational move. Yeah. So also interesting there. And this is inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft here. Okay, serial number is CM-003 with the 4 astronauts for this Artemis II crewed moon mission. In no particular order would be Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover,
All right, Jenny,
Reid
and that went
Weisman,
as
and
expected.
Christina
Had a slow
Koch.
start, but
So
then finished
this is
right when the
basically
wave
the
happened,
lineup for this
and
mission.
was able to build up the full rate eventually.
All right.
Copy.
All right, right. Nice. And probably for now, maybe I need to have some bit of breakfast. Don't worry, I'm finally here, and I don't have any plan to go anywhere else for now, so it'll be good. And for now, let's watch them doing the job. And probably I'll also going to scout some
Okay, and as
news,
expected with
probably.
those specific jets deselected,
Scout some news, probably some
clear differences.
important event that's happening
We copy.
around the Artemis, art, around the Orion Integrity spacecraft for the crew, because I do read some kind of interesting stuff, but not 100% deep yet on that. So I need to catch up here and there. Let me see if there's any really important event that's happening while I'm going for sleep or whatnot. So that's that. So let's see. And yeah, probably I should take a breakfast. I do need to take that because this is going to
Okay, and
be
on
a
that one,
long,
I
long
released at
stream.
5 degrees, and holding the orb. I'm holding against the play of the orb mount that is inboard to my body and forward or down while putting in the roll, and so it takes a little bit of kind of like counteracting muscle movement for that. But I think I had pretty decent lack of coupling.
Copy.
Okay, a little more roll for the peanut gallery.
They love it.
Oh, speaking about the peanut gallery. That's interesting. Interesting remark. Because you want to know something? If I remember correctly, about NASA sort of make peanut as sort of like a snack tradition, where if I remember, there's a um, particular particular event that actually causes them to do that. Let me see. I might be able to find this information about the NASA. Oh, okay. Specifically, the NASA JPL, J, how do I say? Specifically, the NASA's JPL department, the Jet Propulsion
All right,
Laboratory.
Houston, thanks for your patience. We had to see the
Let
full
me
moon
see.
and the Earth at the same
Right.
time, which was just accomplished. Now we're going to be rolling back.
We
Hmm.
understand and
All right. Nice. Nice. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Jenny, I definitely have some stuff to report for that one. Going back, which was the roll left, two things. The pitch coupling that you saw, I do think was due to an input on the RHC, but the yaw, I don't think was, because I actively tried to take out the yaw, and I felt myself having to go out of the detent in the other direction to start affecting that
Oh.
yaw motion that you were seeing. So I think that might have been because of it was difficult for it to compensate potentially, and I think that one might not have been because of inputs at the hand controller.
copy all. GNC agrees.
Oh. All right. All right. If I remembered how, yeah, from my
Okay,
reading,
we see
actually,
ourselves complete with the manual
the
piloting, and
reason
we'll
why
continue
NASA
and close out
JPL
the procedure if you agree.
department actually have this peanut snack is that it's actually
All right,
started on
Christina, we
the
totally agree.
uh
And while we have
mostly
you, we just wanted
unsuccessful
to give
Ranger 1
you one
until
item
Ranger
for
6
Jeremy's
mission,
timeline.
where he crashed,
We noticed a
lost and
conflict
whatnot.
with your
But
PPC and the
but
filming
when the
for
Ranger 7 until
exercise and day in the life.
Ranger 8 and
So
9,
we just wanted
when
to let
when
him
this
know that he
one
can do the PPC early.
person,
We'll be ready to support that.
the
And
at the
be
time the mission's
mindful or with
trajectory
with
engineer
regards
Dick
to his
Wallace,
discretion.
he
Thanks.
passed out the good luck peanuts, and he hopes that he can calm people down there.
Crew copies all, thanks.
And eventually,
Our
when they
pleasure. And
do
with
that,
that, I will pass you
even though
on
there's
to
no
Savior,
like
capable of
kind of
Jackie Mahaffey.
causation, what's so on, usually they actually were quite surprised that the missions actually come out to be pretty successful. And since then, it's become a tradition as time goes by. When there's very very
This
mission
is
critical
Artemis Mission
stuff
Control
happening,
in Houston, Texas. The crew
very
has
important
recently
stuff
wrapped
to
up
do, they
their
will
manual
have
piloting
peanut
developmental
by
flight test
default.
objective.
So that one is especially true for the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So that's that. Another
And
interesting
the
side
Capcom or
story there.
capsule communicators here in Mission Control have also handed over as the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have completed their
Oh,
handover. So the
nice.
oncoming Capcom for this shift will be Jackie Mahaffey, and she took over from Ginny Gibbons. Ginny was a backup CSA astronaut for this mission, and then Jackie Mahaffey was the crew training lead for Artemis II. Now that the manual piloting flight test objective is complete, the crew is going to continue on to other scheduled activities for the day. So coming up on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Koch and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both have scheduled crew exercise. Each of the crew members has a block of exercise scheduled each day to maintain their health and fitness during their trips to space on the Orion spacecraft.
Wastewater dump.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie. Every once in a while, we do hear a little like thud in the spacecraft, followed by a little plume of snowflakes. So there probably is just ice chugging through those lines, and we are still getting little intermittent blizzards. You probably see it on the solar array cameras, but it is still just going. It's dwindling. And then if you do see the volume pick up in the next over the next 5 minutes, there's going to be a few secondary dumps as well.
Okay, that's a very interesting
Copy all.
remark
Thank you
there.
for the insight.
So, so even though I'm not 100% understand about this part, but that's actually pretty interesting remark. Okay,
And
I'll keep
this is Mission
uh
Control.
I'll
You
keep the
heard some
watch here.
additional
And confirm you all have secured Cap Camp 3.
Negative. Stand by. Reid, and to clarify, we are interpreting that as you would like us to turn off Cap 3.
Yeah, that is a firm.
We will let you know when that's in place.
Okay, copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're now seeing an exterior view of the Orion spacecraft. This view is coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings, and each of those has a camera. And the crew is continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day. So in addition to the upcoming exercise for NASA astronaut Christina Koch and CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, both NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Christina Koch also have a lunar flyby plan review coming up. And this plan review had already been completed earlier in the day by NASA astronaut Reid Weisman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And during this activity, each crew member is reviewing their lunar
Oh,
targeting package, which
right.
is the primary tool guiding crew observations during
By
the lunar
now,
flyby
around
on Flight
9 minutes
Day
ago,
6.
the lunar imaging
This
review for
package
flyby
consists of
operations
2 key
actually already
components:
started,
the lunar
and it's going
geography
to
review and the lunar
last.
targeting plan.
By now,
Houston, we have only an external view of
it's going to
Orion.
last for 1 hour. In this case, it will be around 51 minutes left before
Okay,
it's
sounds good. We'll
fully
probably,
finished. So
your
we're gonna
bandwidth
see
limited
here.
earlier. I don't know if you want HHP in a little while. We can happily set that up. And next question is, if you could ask flight, is there an estimate of toilet coming back functional for urine? That'll just change some of our next steps. If not, we'll continue on CCUs.
Reid, our goal for the toilet is to vent down to approximately 10%, and then we need to have a couple of discussions here on the ground, so you can expect a couple of hours before we would potentially give you a go for toilet use.
That is exactly the information we wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
And you just heard some additional communication there between NASA astronaut Reid Weisman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here on the ground, Jackie Mahaffey, who you can see there on the bottom of your screen. They were discussing the wastewater dump, which has been taking place, as well as the toilet use. At the beginning of crew sleep on flight day 3, the ground had performed a routine and regularly scheduled wastewater dump. And during that dump, it was terminated after only dumping 3%. They have since completed an additional wastewater dump just about 30 minutes ago, and the team on the ground is evaluating the status of the toilet on the Orion spacecraft, but in the meantime, the crew has been instructed to continue using CCUs, which are collapsible contingency urinals.
Houston Integrity, the DFTO procedure is complete.
Jeremy, we copy, and we will be taking you back to biased tail to sun.
Copy that.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We did have that confirmation that the manual piloting developmental flight test objective is officially complete. They were just completing some cleanup actions on that task, and now they're going to start moving into the remainder of the activities for the day. The Orion spacecraft is also being maneuvered to what is known as biased tail to sun attitude. The Orion spacecraft uses a tail-to-sun attitude as its primary passive or passive safe flight orientation during transit to maintain thermal balance and maximize power generation.
Oh, okay.
Now
That's
on your
why.
screen you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO.
Yeah,
This provides
Artemis
updates
Real-Time
on
Orbit
the data
website,
and
just in case you
telemetry
want to
coming
know.
from the Orion spacecraft. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 188,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 92,000 miles between them and the moon. Not too long ago, they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
All right, so let's see. So from my understanding, what they are doing is that they already completed the cleanup activities, especially what you hear is about the wastewater dump, and also for the toilet we use, they already settled it as well. That one is what you hear about the cleanup, some cleanup activities there. Yeah. So in case you want to know. Okay. And for now, I guess I'll take a little bit of chill here. Huh? Let's take a bit of break. I mean, not entirely break. Anyways, this stream does not intend to be very, very super technical. It's just more like casual chill, and they're more like of brief update what's happening around regarding the Artemis II cruise here with these 4 astronauts in no particular order: Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, Reid Weisman, and Christina Koch. So that's you need to know. All right.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, I'm ready for that PPC.
All right, they are dialing you now. Integrity Houston, per Reid's question a few minutes ago about the HHP cam, we do have the bandwidth, and when Jeremy finishes up his conference, we would be happy to come back on board. Second item, Maybe Christina can help answer this. We were wondering at the DUs, how was the audio volume-wise, clarity-wise from the speaker unit?
Houston, we copy the question, and we will get back to you shortly.
Okay, so this is they are talking. All right, the Capcom actually asked about a question if the speakers is all loud, clear, and good. What's on in general, but just like you're just like if you're trying to troubleshoot the sound speaker, that's basically it. That's a very short version of what I can give you what they're talking about here. So yeah. Okay, so far we don't have much of the activities here, but It's
Houston
okay.
Orion,
Oh,
we dropped the call, so if you could redial, that'd be great.
And mark.
oh, okay, okay, okay. So we have some quite update there. Just when I about to open my other breakfast here. Yeah, just when I'm about to open my breakfast, another interesting part happening there. So so the astronaut literally requested to to for them to redial, basically to call back the mission control center. They want to configure it so it will directly connect it back into the speaker and here and whatnot. And of course, the reason why they have to do this kind of calibration is obviously it's going to be when it's going to be another public affair event. Yeah, it will be around 2 hours and 22 minutes from now. So that's why they have to calibrate this speaker, because otherwise how do you going to speak, how you going to do some kind of public uh how you are going to communicate to the public. So that's why it's very important to have this one. And as you can see, the solar panel, solar array wings already reoriented uh, to the as much of the sun position as possible so it can capture more light, and of course to keep the crew alive here and there. And yeah, here you can see there.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, which is named Integrity by its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reid Weisman, who's serving as the commander, NASA astronaut Victor Glover serving as the pilot, and the mission specialists are NASA astronaut Christina Koch and CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The crew is currently awake and working through several different activities. Currently on the timeline, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working on his lunar flyby plan review. And during this activity, the crew members are reviewing their lunar targeting package, which is the primary tool which will guide crew observations during the lunar flyby on flight day 6. Throughout the day, each of the crew members will have a chance to review that plan and ask any questions that they may have ahead of that lunar flyby. And so NASA astronaut Reid Weisman and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have already completed that flyby plan review, and then coming up a little bit later on the timeline, NASA astronaut Christina Koch will also have the opportunity to review that plan. The lunar targeting package that they are reviewing consists of 2 key components, the lunar geography review and the lunar targeting plan. The lunar geography review helps astronauts study major lunar features in advance of the flyby and learn how to orient themselves during the flyby, while the lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for imaging and verbal descriptions. NASA astronaut Christina Koch is also currently preparing and working on her daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Each of the crew members has a block of time each day to complete that exercise, and the flywheel is about the size of an extra large shoebox, and it can support a variety of different exercises from aerobic to resistive exercise. And so after Christina completes her exercise block, CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will then complete his exercise as well, and then NASA astronaut Reid Weisman will complete his exercise. NASA astronaut Victor Glover completed his exercise block earlier in the day prior to their midday meal.
Oh, so
Towards
another
the end
interesting
of the crew day,
update.
CSA astronaut will also have a public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency before the full crew goes into their private medical conference, which is a daily conference between the crew and their medical teams here on the ground. And then they will have a private conference with the flight director, who currently on console is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, supporting the Orbit 2 shift. And then the crew will transition into their pre-sleep period, during which they perform some hygiene activities and also have a chance to eat their dinner before they prepare for sleep. And then once they go to sleep, that will round out the Flight Day 4 activities. And there on your screen, you are seeing a live look inside the Artemis flight control room here in Mission Control Houston. On the upper right-hand portion of the screen is the flight director console, so that flight director currently is Diane Daly, who is serving as the Orbit 2 flight directors throughout the mission. There are 3 shifts or orbits who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the crew and the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission.
All right, so that's basically what we heard. Let's just say in short, basically what they are doing is they are currently reviewing lunar flyby activities to take some kind of picture when they are just some few thousands of miles and kilometers away from the surface of the moon. Okay, and also they are doing some kind of and also from what from what we heard also is that Victor Glover has already done his daily workout, daily exercise on the flywheel, just like the NASA communicator said. And Anna Schneider, if I remember correctly, she said that it's just the size of the large shoebox. That's basically it for the flywheel exercise. It can support aerobic, resistant, resistive or resistant exercise. whatever is it to keep the muscle tone healthy here and there, because you need to know the weightlessness around space. If you try to stay there too long, it will create a muscle atrophy, aka your muscles not going to get really get used to the condition, to the point that when you come back to the earth, it's going to have some kind of mass problem and also structural problem inside of your muscle. And yes, I'm not going to pretend I know everything else about that, but that's in short what I know about the muscle atrophy, especially when you're in this space for long duration period of time. And just easier case scenario, just refer to the mission, the previous space flight mission as well, especially for the International Space Station, still ongoing, and it's actually a pretty valuable valuable, how do I say, valuable knowledge that we can learn about the space flight, especially how human will react, and also how the bodies will work in space for long term. And also after after that, we also go after all of that activities. Next, it will be a public affair event for the Canadian Space Agency, uh, presumably only for Jeremy Hansen. Yeah, we are going to see that, just like NASA communicator said about that part, but also could possibly include a bit of astronauts here and there. I don't know. We're gonna see on the public affair events if they're going to include everyone or just only Jeremy Hansen only. But just like the NASA communicator said, if I'm not misheard that, they it's only going to be Jeremy Hansen, because of course not only he has to talk with the Canadian Space Agency, he basically talks to all of the Canadian that's actually looking at this stream. Yeah. So 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 if you're Canadian, you can say you guys have already have the pride of going for this space flight. And yeah, as for us, I guess we are still in the beginning. I think the only closest I can think of is the uh, Dr. Chef Muzaffar, something. Yeah, Dr. Chef Muzaffar, if I'm correct with Chef Muzaffar. Is it correct though? Yeah, that's the only that's basically the closest we can get, Dr. Chef Muzaffar. But again, he but again, he's basically just representing the whole of Malaysia and what's on. And so far, the first and the only Malaysian astronauts that literally really going into the space. But even then, at least on the whole representation of Malaysian side, he's the one. But for us here in Sabah and Sarawak, we still don't have any real astronauts yet. We not really sure when we have our real astronauts going to do space flight at some point, but could be. But I hope we can make it long term. So instead of just one time glory here and there, possibly it's better to just keep sustain of going to space. I mean, rotational is okay. Maybe just some brief activity hiatus is also okay, but it's not okay when it's not sustained. When it's only just happening around. Almost, we are talking about the space flight of Dr. Shiv Muzaffar. It's almost 20 years ago. Okay, that's not very sustainable. We need to keep it up. And I think for us here in Sabah, we really can take some of that astronaut slot there. We have to inspire our next generation here. Next generation here in Sarawak, in Sabah, in Borneo. We really need some good kind of activity there. It's not impossible to do that. It's going to take some times, but whoever, but who said that spaceflight is easy? No one's going to say that. Even building a really good sounding rocket as well already already cost how many amount of times, money and experimentation. Yeah, and also, even though you can do some kind of simulation, but it's only going to push you only on the theoretical side. When you start doing it in real life, there's going a tons of variable out there that you need to take account. You need to take account of the atmospheric pressure. You need to take account of the wind gust as well. You need to take account of how the drag, yeah, atmospheric drag. You need to also take account about some plus minus variation of the, how do I say, gravitational, Earth's gravitational um gravitational acceleration as well. You need to take all this account, and once you do that, you realize that's why they call rocket science as rocket science, because it's quite complicated, even though the real actual complication is not the rocket science, it's rocket engineering. Yeah, it's rocket engineering and also spaceflight engineering. That one is hardest part. You can make how many kind of calculation here and there, but if one variables goes wrong and you cannot come up with the backup plan, basically you're screwed. You are basically got in the modern lingo term, we call this, we are basically got cooked very hard. So that's why you always need some kind of redundancy in order to do that here and there.
Houston Integrity, AGA readings when you're ready.
All right. So another updates here.
We are ready, and also arrays and ARS are in the planned config for exercise.
All right. So another configuration for exercise.
We copy, go for exercise, thank you. CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.3.
All right.
13.8. Temperature 75.3.
Houston copies, and as a reminder, we are staying in a 2 ARS scrubber
Oh,
config
so the
for this
pressure, it should
exercise
be in the
period,
PSI,
we'll
and the
definitely
for
want the
how do I say,
intermittent
for the oxygen and
scheduled
also
AGA reading in between the two runs
carbon
and at
dioxide
the end.
level,
Looking good. We're
that should
talking
be
about whether
talking
we
about,
might want to stay in
not
that
100%
config
sure
through the end of
what
Reid's
is it, could
exercise.
be liters, could be something. Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar with it, but I do know temperature is in Fahrenheit,
We copy.
and yeah, temperature is in Fahrenheit, and the pressure in PSI, the pound per square inch. But the rest for the CO2 and for the CO2, the carbon dioxide, and also for the O2, oxygen gas level, I'm not sure what measurement they are using on that part. So if you are slightly have that kind of idea, or maybe if you are possibly part of this Artemis mission, for whatever reason you catch my stream, you can, I don't care if you catch it live or replay, maybe you can enlighten me what measurement they are using for the carbon dioxide and also for the oxygen gas level. I'm not 100% sure on this part, but from what I can hear on that reading, it's actually looking good because oxygen is still there. Yeah, a little bit. It's still quite bit more than compared to the carbon dioxide level. So the crews should be able to breathe inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, because otherwise, how they're going to breathe? Nothing. You can't even breathe carbon dioxide, let alone even carbon monoxide. And yeah, so that's why you still need some good balance of the oxygen level, but you don't want too much elevated oxygen level, because if anything's happen, I can say you don't have to go way further. Just look what happened when Apollo 1 crew trying to prepare for the space flight, and as a result, unfortunately, catastrophically, all the three, if I remember, all three astronauts inside it literally perished by the fire, due to due to the higher due to high amount of oxygen level there. And I mean, it's not just sole contributor. However, because the elevated oxygen gas level inside there, if I remember back before the redesign, it's around 100% of oxygen level. Okay, because of that, in when there's like a slight amount of spark fires and whatnot, if it catches on anything that can catches on fire, whatever material is it, it could be plastic, it could have been a roll of tissue instead, got catch up of fire. It's literally going to consume everyone else inside it pretty pretty soon, you know. And also because of that, because there's literally almost no pressure to be vented out inside to outside. Of course, the fire when it catches up, it's it's going to rapidly combust and burn whoever's unluckily inside there. So that's why usually you don't want too much oxygen inside the spacecraft. I mean, the best kind of amount of oxygen level it would have been something like current atmosphere level that we have here back on Earth. It's around, if I remember, the oxygen level. Okay. Uh, how how many percentage here on Earth? Let me see. Let me see. It's around approximately around 21% of oxygen level
Integrity
here,
Houston,
or specifically around
reminder that we do have the
20.95%.
bandwidth to
And
come on
since
board with the
the
HHP
Apollo
camera. Let us
one
know if that's
disaster, if
something
I
you'd like
remember,
to do.
it's lowered down to 70%, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 70% or 60% like that. Could be a little bit lower after the Apollo one disaster. And yeah, that's also quite a setback for this space race, especially for the American side, where it's basically got delayed 2 years. Uh, two
And Houston Integrity,
2 years
like
as
I
a
said, we're
result
going
of
to
that
hold off on doing the
setback.
HHP camera just due to the things we're trying to manage right now, but we will get you on board as soon as and often as we can.
Oh, HPE camera. What is this again?
No
Huh?
rush. Thanks.
I think HPE could stands for high powered energy camera, something like that. S- Oh, okay. HPE camera. I need to see there. What actually HPE stands for? HPE camera. Oh, HPE camera sensor. Ooh, that's interesting. HPE. Can someone actually tells me what HPE actually stands for? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. HPE camera. No, 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 no. No. That is there. Is there literally no months of
This is Artemis
abbreviation
Mission
there?
Control in
Let me
Houston,
see.
Texas.
Oh, okay.
We are currently 3 days, 3 hours, and 48 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are on the fourth flight day, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which you can follow along with at
Hmm.
nasa.gov/trackartemis. This visualization provides updates on the data and telemetry coming from the Orion spacecraft. Currently, Orion is about 189,000 miles away from Earth and about 91,000 miles separating the spacecraft and the moon. It's continuing to close in on the moon, and it is scheduled to have its closest approach and lunar flyby on flight day 6, which will be Monday, April 6th. Yesterday, during
Mm.
flight day 3, the Orion spacecraft did pass the halfway mark, where it became closer to the moon than the Earth. And then
Okay, not
tomorrow on
100%
flight
sure
day
what
5, which will
HPE
be
actually
April
stands for.
5th,
So no idea.
The Orion
Yeah, and so no
spacecraft
idea.
will
I'm sorry.
cross into the lunar sphere of influence, which is when the gravitational forces from the moon will be stronger than those of Earth. Currently, the crew on board the Orion spacecraft is awake, and they're continuing to work through the remainder of their activities for the day, which includes some blocks of exercise, as well as a lunar flyby plan review. Earlier in the day, the crew did complete a public affairs downlink event, and then 2 of the crew members have already completed their flyby plan review. There was originally a scheduled outbound trajectory correction burn. This was the second planned correction burn that ended up being canceled as it was determined that it was no longer needed. Tomorrow on flight day 5, there is another opportunity for an outbound trajectory correction burn should it be needed. And then coming up later in this shift, there will also be a Canadian Space Agency public affairs event before the crew begins to wind down for the day and go into their pre-sleep period, where they will complete hygiene activities as well as eat their dinner before they go into their sleep period. Once they enter flight day 5, following their sleep period, there are several activities planned for tomorrow, including an OX suit developmental flight test objective. The OX suit is the Orion Crew Survival System suit, those orange suits that you see them wearing. So that will take up about the entire morning portion of their day before they move into their midday meal. And again, there's also a planned outbound trajectory correction burn scheduled for flight day 5 as well. And then shortly after that burn is when they will enter that lunar sphere of influence. It'll take place during their pre-sleep period on flight day 5.
Okay, so that's what we heard as well. And yeah, they do have this kind of another public affairs activity only involving 2 astronauts. And also next in the list, it will be, let me see, it will be for the Canadian Space Agency public affairs event, but this one specifically only for Jeremy Hansen, already confirmed back again by NASA. So that's a good sign we heard so far. And yeah, if you really need some more information, you need another kind of very easy to update. You can also try go to this website x37b.nl/Artemis. That's that's the website that I'm using for doing this kind of review mission or as well. Yeah, for doing this kind of mission review as well. It's pretty intuitive, pretty easy to use, and that's how I actually able to figure out how what they're doing. And so far for the outbound trajectory correction burn number 2 also still not yet being done because so far they deem it not necessary yet to do it, but in case anything happens they can commence this OTC burn number 2 uh, for for flight day number 5. That's going to be it. And also, apparently, from my knowledge as well, after the public affairs event as well, there's also going by the Canadian Space Agency. After that, possibly a few minutes from that, there's going to be a daily there's going to be a private daily medical conference in between these 4 astronauts. Okay, and just to assess their health and whatnot. And yeah, because of the medical confidentiality, usually we are not going to see that part. That part is only reserved for the astronauts. I mean, try do this in real life. Even in real life, you don't want people to figure out what's your medical condition, right? Unless you publicly state it. Like, for example, like myself, I'm autist person, so I publicly declare it. Okay. So basically that one's public declaration, and yes, I do really have autism, and I'm not going to hide it. That's actually real. But yeah, for something related something when there's important stuff there, usually astronauts will privately going to do medical conference, and will just talk to whoever qualified for the mission, especially for the flight surgeon. If I remember correctly, flight surgeon is also one of the specialists for this mission. Director, and also for the flight surgeon, they actually responsible for this medical part here. So that's also another facts you need to know. And I guess because there's not much else right now, so possibly I can also take I also can take some kind of how do I say, I need to wash my hand as well. Already got my breakfast, so why not just keep myself clean, and also keep my laptop clean here as well. So yeah. Okay, so this. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so this is the view of the Orion Integrity spacecraft. This one is the onboard camera, literally attached on the solar array panel. So you can see here, one of the solar array panel does have the camera, so you can see the view of it. Okay.
Integrity Houston for wastewater dump insight.
We're with you. Go ahead.
Hey, Victor, we are looking for the latest observations you might have on what the wastewater dump is sounding like and looking like.
It's a little louder in here than it was the last time we reported, and so I haven't noticed anything noise-wise, but visually, it's going from a light drizzle to a moderate blizzard at about 5-second intervals, and they last for at about 5 a second interval, but it still seems to be going strong.
We copy all. Thank you.
Okay, so that's basically it. I'm already back, and I do
This
heard
is
the
Artemis Mission Control
status
in
about the
Houston, Texas. We heard
wastewater
some
dam there.
communication there between
So
NASA astronaut
basically,
Victor
how
Glover, who's
it
currently
sounds
on
and
board the
also looking
Orion
like.
spacecraft, and you're
So
seeing
it's
a
kind of
view
like start
the
with light drizzle
exterior
and
of
then
the
going
Orion
with
spacecraft in the
the
upper left hand of your screen there.
pretty
Those
strong,
views coming to you from the
moderately
solar
strong
array main cameras,
sound after
which are
that.
attached
That's
to
basically
the
from what
four
I
different solar
heard and
arrays
my
on the
understanding.
spacecraft. And then in the bottom right hand of your
All
screen, you
right.
can see a look
That that
inside the
one is
Artemis mission
communicated
control
by
here
the
in
Victor
Houston,
Glover, one of
specifically the
the
Capcom and flight director
astronauts
consoles.
involved in
The
this
Capcom
mission.
or capsule communicator there in the center portion of that screen is Jackie Mahaffey, and she serves as the single voice link between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were having some additional conversations about the Universal Waste Management System, which is basically the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. Typically, they do a wastewater dump every day. There were some issues with that wastewater dump at the end of flight day 3 that they've been working to troubleshoot throughout the day, and so they've been performing an additional wastewater dump for the past hour or so, and so they're just providing some updates on the status of that activity.
All right, you can see the movement of the solar array wings there. You can see onboarding the, yeah, of course, the solar array wings is one of the important, uh, one of the, let's just say, not just only important but very critical piece of hardware for the Orion's Integrity spacecraft. So that's why you can see there. All right, look at this one. It's moving. And yeah, all of this were relayed to the tracking data and relay satellite systems, TDRIS, and then relayed it and then relayed it back to the to NASA. And of course, for some stuff also as well, they also integrate with the Deep Space Network as well, the DSN, to also relay the signal of the spacecraft and also including the crew inside it. Yeah, including the Artemis II crew inside. Yeah, Artemis II crew inside it as well. So that's that, and you can see there they are still on the way. Okay, and by now the lunar imaging review for flyby operations will end here. Should be in few more seconds. Okay, and according to the status here, status of the website, it says it should have end by now, but not 100% sure how it's going. We shall see if there's anything, any more review, any more review here and there. We shall see soon. All right, all right. Mhm, mhm.
Houston Integrity AGA readings when
All
ready.
right.
We are ready.
Another another signals here. So let's hear.
CO2 1.8, O2 20.1, 13.95 psi, 76.1 degrees.
We copy all. You got a very positive
All right.
reaction from the Ecom BME area of the room on
So
that
basically
CO2 level.
already,
And
so basically around
reminder, although
the
I'm not sure it'll
oxygen
be
level
needed,
is around plus
pay
minus around
attention
the
if you're feeling any
atmospheric
symptoms of
level
rising
here on Earth.
CO2 and
So
report
that's
those as
another
well.
good sign, or should be around 21%. Or if you need to be a little
Absolutely.
bit more precise, it will be around 20.95%. So yeah, that's actually good. Yeah, but
This
slight
is Artemis
rising of
Mission Control in
the
Houston,
carbon
Texas. You heard some
dioxide there, so
communication there
needs
between
to
NASA
hear it
astronaut
properly.
Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were discussing some recent AGA or anomaly gas analyzer readings.
Oh, all right, all
The
right.
crew takes and reports these readings periodically throughout the day, and this is a portable laser-based instrument that can detect trace contaminants and also measures gases inside the Orion spacecraft, such as carbon dioxide. And the Capcom or capsule communicator here in the room mentioned some reactions from a couple of consoles here in the room, and that was the EECOM and BME consoles. So EECOM is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems on board the Orion spacecraft. And then BME is the biomedical engineer here in Mission Control, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. And there's a full view
All
inside
right,
the
so
Artemis
here
flight
you
control
go.
room here in
This
Mission
is
Control. That
the Artemis
EECOM
flight
console that I was
control room
referencing is in the
around the Johnson
left-hand
Space
side of
Flight
your
Center
screen
there.
towards the back of the room.
So another one
And you can see
you
all
can
of the
see there.
other various flight control positions here in the room. And the upper left-hand corner of your screen is the ground control console, or GC. And behind them is the science officer. So the science officer is responsible for the science taking place on the mission, specifically the lunar
Houston
science.
Integrity. Question on exercise timing. We would really love it if we didn't have to wait 15 minutes between crew members, but let us know.
Okay, so basically they want to commence this exercise as soon as possible
Houston
between the
is happy to eliminate
rotational
that wait
astronauts
and
here.
go for the next person.
They hopefully can do it before the 15 minutes or lesser if they can do it. So let's see.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control again. Some additional conversations there between the crew and the team here in Mission Control discussing the exercise taking place on board the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Koch recently wrapped up her daily exercise block, and then CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen is scheduled to do his exercise next, followed by NASA astronaut Reid Weisman. And so each of the crew members on board the spacecraft have a daily block of exercise, and they all use a device known as the flywheel, which is a exercise device that uses a flywheel or a series of pulleys and a torque limiter encased in a frame the size of an extra large shoebox, which functions similar to a rowing machine, and they can complete various different types of exercises using that machine, such as aerobic and resistive exercise.
All right, so that's another one you hear from the explanation from the NASA communicators. Yeah, and Schneider, and of course this is about the communication between the Capcom, the capsule communicator, and also the Artemis II crews inside it. They are talking about the rotational activities they can done with the flywheel exercise, which actually can do with the aerobic, and also at the same time with the resistive exercise as well. So they hope they can do this without taking too much rotational time there. They would like to do it less than 15 minutes if it's possible as well. And yeah, here and there. And if you're new or existing, or even my subscriber viewers, or literally whoever out there, you don't have to subscribe to my channel anyways, but yeah, it's up to you. Hello and welcome. You're now currently watching the Orion Integrity spacecraft for the Artemis II crewed moon mission for this brief update, day 4. So this is what you're looking at right now. And yeah, for this brief update, usually I specifically would choose a very notable event,
Houston,
so
integrity
we
question
don't
for
waste too
photo
much
TV.
time with the streaming here and there. Even though technically I can try do 24 hours, but it's not sustainable, so that's why.
Actually, it's two questions. First question is 7 gigs too big of a photo of a video to downlink, and second question is did you
Oh,
all get the window DFTO videos?
Checking on both.
Excuse me, window DFTO pictures.
oh, so basically, so basically, they are talking about the astronauts actually talking about trying to uplink
And then
uplink
Jackie,
the
if you could
picture,
pass along a message
or
to
aka upload the
the team
picture
analyzing those videos about the window
upload
DFTO.
picture to the
Let me
mission
know when
control
you're ready to
center,
pick up.
but the videos are way too large. It's
Ready.
7 gigs, 7 gigabytes. I mean, for us here back on Earth, 7 gigabytes is
When I
nothing,
first started
but we're
taking
in
the
this space.
photos, I
You have a
realized that
limitation with
small
the
changes
bandwidth,
in how
so that's
far the
why,
lens was from the
and
window
that's why I
made
need
a
to
difference in the image
take
quality. And
take account
so
of
the
that
first
situation as
few
well.
shots are
But
not
for the
useful,
pictures,
and they start on
maybe
window.
can do.
The
Let's
first shots
see.
were on
All right.
window 3, I believe.
Oh,
And then, I'm
right.
sorry, window 2, and on window 2, I retook the photo starting on the left side, and the voice recording will say window 2 left, 80, 135, 200 and 400, but it will say lens touching. So those are the images to use. So hopefully you'll notice there's 2 sets of the window 2 left, and then the rest of the images are all correct. The docking hatch, window 2, and then the center and right images for window 2.
We copy all. Thanks for the insight.
All right, so basically the mission control center already take note, which about the
And
picture
Victor,
taking
just to
position
circle
for
back,
the lunar
the team
flyby
did get
later
the
on.
window DFTO photos. They are taking a look at those today, and so your additional
Okay.
information will be very useful. Thanks.
Yeah, and the Capcom capsule communicators are literally talking to the
And
Victor
to
Glover,
the
one of
question
the
about the 7 gigs for
one
video
are
size,
talking
we
one of the
can give
astronauts
that a
involved there,
shot via optical
Victor
comm
Glover.
overnight tonight.
All right, we can give that. All right. So for about the uplink and
Okay,
downlink
the
of that picture,
VLTO, and we'll skip
of
into
sorry for the
onto
videos,
PCE
7 GB,
one,
they will
and
try using
I'll bring
the
it overnight.
optical
Thanks.
communication there. So essentially using the light laser communication
Copy, PCD1.
to get to get videos of it. We are talking about 7 GB in space. That's a lot of bandwidth. In Yeah, because there's like limitation with the physics here and there or whatnot. So talking about the
This is
optical
Artemis
communications,
Mission
definitely
Control.
it's going to be a
Some additional
laser
communication there
side
from
there.
the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was discussing a couple of different things. The first one related to some images that were captured as part of a window optical quality developmental flight test objective.
Hey Jackie, that video is nothing special. It's just some routine cabin shots. All the other cameras were used, so I used an iPhone in lowest res, and it just made a large file. Sorry about that. We'll fix it tomorrow.
You are
What?
almost 2 phases away to the moon. It's a special video. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, what? Okay, using the iPhone, but putting it at the lowest resolution and it's still big file, big picture file. What?
The
Wow.
window
That's
optical
a
quality
that's
DFTO
that's
was
actually
completed during
a
Flight
little
Day
bit
3, and it
surprising
involved the crew
to hear
taking
from Victor
images of
Glover.
varying focal
Whoa.
lengths of
Okay.
subjects such as the Earth or the Moon in order to evaluate window optical effects on imagery. There are a variety of developmental flight test objectives, or DFTOs, throughout the mission, and they are all designed to evaluate objectives proposed to improve Orion hardware, flight systems, flight operations, processes, and procedures. They were also discussing the transfer of a video file using the optical communication system. The OPCOM system is a laser communication that uses infrared light rather than traditional radio waves to send data to
Ah,
and from
see,
space, and this infrared light's higher frequency
I'm
allows more
right on
data
that
to be sent
part.
in a single transmission to Earth.
So you can see that the technology of using the laser infrared for the space communication looks like it's still, even though it's still kind of early and cutting edge day, I can say it's more like how radio used to be very cutting edge. This day, this day though, if you really want to do some kind of communication, you can just buy whatever the most cheapest radio antenna. It's still going to do its job, you know. And for present day, I really wondered how practical is it you can use it for CubeSat operation and whatnot. Because yeah, as you know, when you try to do with radio kind of stuff, you better hope not using the radio spectrum that's already being used by other part of side of the world and whatnot. And so far from my understanding, the optical communication is something to do with the laser infrared communication. That one is still not yet regulated by any agencies, and even then, I think trying to regulate it will be very difficult, very hard. Because why? Because unlike radio, when it's all about light, l- especially for the laser infrared one, of course it's going to operate around plus minus similar range, something like that. So it's so I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know everything else about the legal side of it, nor even about engineering side of the laser optical communications there. But it's pretty, but from what I know, it's actually pretty hard to trying to regulate that part. So if you're that kind of person, you you don't want to have deal you don't want to deal with the radio spectrum licensing. Maybe you can also go with the optical laser infrared communication. You can try that, you know. At least that's cheap. And from what I understand, even though what NASA use is actually pretty cutting edge in comparison for our citizen, technically we can also construct one. We can actually literally can construct one for the communication. Technically, for you as a citizen, you and myself as a world citizen, we can technically do this kind of stuff. But of course, you do need some kind of understanding with how electrical, and even how the light physics actually works. If you know how it works, well, power to you. You finally can communicate something, your spacecraft, your satellites using source, nothing more than just your typical light sensor, something like that. So yeah, I think it's also one of the studies that actually I can say it's still on its pretty early day. So if you really want to do a bit more cutting edge instead of blabbering about AI stuff, about the artificial intelligence stuff, literally being I've already listened it many times, and I think I think I would like to vomit even listening to that kind of stuff. So instead of trying to beat the horse to death, beat the horse to the death, and trying to keep the dead horse alive again, how about you just try do more meaningful research like this one, communications using light, infrared. I mean, the technology is already there. It's, if I remember correctly, even it's already there since like what, it feels like decades ago. But for space communication, it's only recently being seriously considered. So why not do you if you're very interested, do that kind of research. You might you might get some kind of result there. I mean, seriously, at least for me, if money is not a big of problem, and if I could have some kind of, I don't know, workshop shed my own, even a good size of, I don't know, even a good size of house could do some kind of job for me. I would like to explore that option. I would like to do some I would like to do some kind of research with that kind of stuff, here and there. And of course, at the same time, I do need to balance between doing that stuff and do for my study, or someday also for work. Uh, Someday just like earning some money with work with some, I know some this word is pretty sensitive but very important, job. And also with doing that kind of a bit, I can say, your own mini cutting edge project as well. No, I would like to do that other than just rocketry stuff here and there. I mean, rocketry is also important, but so do this space communication as well. Who knows? I would like to do it someday. Yeah, but maybe for now, most of my time, maybe I can just only build whatever I can. But if I do have some kind of money, even though it's little, even though even though I can spare a little money of it, I would like to do it. You know, I'm not going to waste my time. If I have some kind of money, I would like to do that kind of research. You know, who knows? It also can save you some money for your for launching CubeSats, or possibly whatever other satellites in architecture you want to build. You want to build ThinSat, you want to build Pocket Cube, you want to build however is it you want to build Sun Cube, whatever under the sun, and that's going to be useful for you someday. You know, never say never. Seriously, never say never. Might might as well might as well try to do that. Rather than just me just keep streaming all the time like poison. I mean, sure, it's also part of my interest, but I don't want to keep stream stuff forever. I want to do something else as well. Something else that could in that really that's also part of the reason why I actually start this channel in the first place. Even back around 10 plus years ago, because I love to dabble around this kind of interesting technology here and there. I mean, even though my content is already quite a deviation from my previous time as a faceless YouTuber back then, Ultimate Sonic Zone. Yeah, I've already mostly moved on from that kind of era when I do kind of tutorial videos here and there. I mean, sure, back then that's already back then it's quite easy for you to find a subscriber, even for viewers. But nowadays it's not even going to cut anything else. The competition is already intense out there. I can say that possibly the only reason I still want to keep doing this, even though there's not enough viewership, there's not enough people engaging with my content, is because I don't know, maybe because I like to talk something, even though there's literally almost no one's here. I mean, as I'm speaking right now, literally there's no one here on the stream, but such is life, man. I mean, how do I like to say? Let's just say unless you unless you start pretty early on the career of the doing kind of YouTubing stuff, VTuber stuff, unless you are very early bird, or maybe let's say for whatever reason your niche actually really really lift off to the point you are practically being known. I'll say seriously, stop playing the algorithm game. Yeah, seriously, stop playing that algorithm game. It's a waste of time. You might as well just do like me. You know, you don't have big expectation coming. You just make video. You just do it. You do it because you love it. That's all. Even though it's not going to pay you anything else, even though you cannot e-back anyone monies, but even then, I don't recommend do any kind of e-bagging. You really look like stupid kind of person if you really decided to do it. So your only best thing you can do is just do because you want to do. Yeah, just because you want to do. Don't do it all the time. That's really crazy. The only exception I decided to just do up until up until the Orion Integrity spacecraft landing is that because I love to do this kind of topic, you know. If I don't want to do this kind of topic, I would have already moved on long time ago. Seriously, I would have moved long time ago and not stream anymore, and possibly make my channel still as that as the calm water itself. But that's not my channel. But that's really not the kind of content that I'm making. I don't want to keep my channel dead forever. So here you go. This is where I am right now, and I'm happy to be who I am right now. Even though it's not making me any kinds of money, doesn't make me the most viewership, because seriously, the competition is already so intense. The only way for you to do it is just move on. That's all. That's all you can do. Unless you had the real opportunity, unless let's say the stars literally align, literally aligns at the right time, at the precise time, at the correct time as well. Don't try. Don't even expect you are going to make any kind of viewership. That's crazy. You're not going to do that. All you can do is just you do it because you are very interested, but you don't do it full time. That's crazy if you decide to do it full time. Okay? Just keep yourself healthy, you know? That's the only thing you can do. And so far, I'm not 100% sure Yeah, I think I still get the idea. Possibly they are already exercised by now, so that's why we don't see their activities inside here. Maybe if you excuse me, I will try find I would like to find views from Orion. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so literally nothing else. Okay, so nothing else then. Okay, no, not much actually will change there. So yeah, not much were actually inside there. So this is basically just to doing some kind of exercise and not something we entirely supposed to see for now. Just for now. But that's okay. Yeah. But that's okay. Maybe they will also going to relay it at some point. Don't worry about that. And yeah, for now, here you can see. And yeah, you can see.
Integrity Houston for some timeline planning.
Okay, so another communication from the Capcom.
Give you AGA readings as we just swap crew members. We
Okay,
are still
anomalous
looking at
gas
VO2 at 1.7,
analyzer.
VO2 at
So here we
19.9,
here.
and cabin temperature at 76.0.
That sounds great. You might even say whoop. With that, big picture on timeline, we've got, we're talking about two modifications related to
Okay,
the
that sounds
opportunistic
good.
lunar imaging. The first is that we want to deconflict that event with the PAO event so that we've got a solid, calm, confident PAO attitude. And secondly, we want to tie in some related Peltor PCD audio recording testing. It doesn't necessarily have to happen during the imaging, but somewhat related. So two questions for you all. One, we're looking for an estimate on when Reid will have finished exercise. And two, would Christina or another available crew member have some time to conduct a Peltor PCD audio recording check? So maybe 10 to 15 minutes there. And then also get the cameras prepped for the opportunistic imaging. That way, if we can get it in before the PAO event, we might try to do that.
All right. So basically just discussing a little bit here and there, specifically about when Reid Weisman going to finish his exercise, and also other stuff here and there also as well. I'm not 100% sure what's the another question there by the Capcom, the capsule communicator, communicating with the crew inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft. Okay, so let's listen in.
Christina is happy to do those things, and for exercise, I'm just going to do it as efficiently as I possibly can when Jeremy is complete here.
Okay, that sounds great. For your awareness, we're looking to get in at least 10 minutes in the lunar science imaging attitude prior to the PAO HD test at 0535. And Christina, when you're ready, I've got some instructions for you on the
Yeah, to me that's a much higher priority than my exercise, so why don't we get in the attitude, and then if I can knock out some exercise later today, I will.
Yeah, Reid, there's some setup to get ready for it anyways, so you're completely good to start exercising now, and if we have to cut you off a little early, it sounds like you won't mind.
Okay, so that's what we
Okay,
heard so
this all
far.
sounds super. Jeremy's going to do his exercise, and when he's done, if there's any time, I'll jump on until you tell me to stop. But please prioritize maneuvers and science objectives over my exercise.
All right.
Okay, we copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reid Weisman, who is serving as the commander on board the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, those views coming from the solar array wing cameras. They were discussing an upcoming opportunity to capture some science imaging from the Orion spacecraft, specifically of some potential celestial objects outside one of the Orion windows, discussing moving that a little bit on the timeline to deconflict with an upcoming Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event that CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen has on his timeline, and also deconflicting it with some ongoing crew exercise. The crew has been rotating between who is completing their exercise, as they are all sharing the flywheel device on the Orion spacecraft. So NASA astronaut Christina Koch and CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen have both completed their daily exercise. And now NASA astronaut Reid Weisman is getting set up for that exercise as the team here in Mission Control Houston work to configure the attitude of the Orion spacecraft to be able to capture some of that opportunistic celestial imaging outside the Orion windows coming up here shortly.
All right, so that's the update we hear so far. Okay. And basically, in the nutshell, they are trying to deconflict what whatever timeline they have to do with the exercise. And so far, we heard that Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen already done his job as well. So so the next would be Reid Weisman, that's going to be going for the exercise around the flywheel exercise devices that can support aerobic and also resistive exercise as well. And Victor Glover basically just do whatever he can do another part as well before his turn as well to do the exercise finally. So that's that. Okay, so this is the view outside of the Orion Integrity spacecraft onboard view here. This one attached via the solar array wings. So you can see one of the solar array wings does have the camera, so we can see the view, how it actually looks like here and there. Look at that. So yeah, look at that. Okay, so now it's going to be 1 hour from now before the Public Affairs Office of the live Canadian Space Agency downlink event where we are going to see Jeremy Hansen's going to be talking with the Canadian Space Agency. Yeah, for the Jeremy Hansen will be talking with the Canadian Space Agency. So we shall see that soon, and we will wait in the meantime. And from the live event, it's going to happen around 10 minutes or could be slightly a little bit more depending on how the missions looks like. So we are going to see that soon. So yeah, in the meantime, let's have a little bit of rest and just enjoy this white noise as well.
Houston Integrity for exercise.
All right, let's listen in.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jackie, the CO2 is 2.4, temp is 76.1, and Jeremy is wrapping up now, and then I'll, if it's okay with you guys, I'll just jump right on until you call me off for maneuvers.
That is perfect. We copy all.
All right, so that's basically the reading from the anomalous gas analyzer, also known as the AGA for short.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 9, 8, 7, 6.
All right, so what's the countdown is that? Is that I'm not 100% sure. Could be something to do with the test, I believe. Um, because oh yeah, that one. I think that one is the preparation for the downlink event, which will happen 55 minutes from now. Okay, that one is the for the public affairs event for the Canadian Space Agency downlink event. That's what we are going to see. That it's not going to be that long soon. Just before you know, it's going to happen as well. So let's wait patiently. All right. So in case you're coming to this stream, hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, so hello, Gary Kelly. Welcome to this stream. In case you want to know, oh,
Integrity Houston, a couple of items related to a dump visual check and then the forward plan for exercise stop and science setup.
okay. So in case you want to know, hello, hello, and welcome. You're now currently watching the Orion Integrity spacecraft for the Artemis II crewed moon mission. This one is the stream that I made
Go ahead,
just
Jackie.
for the brief update day number 4. Yeah, I'm not going to cover everything else.
First of all,
If
we
you really
need
want
Reid
to watch
stop
24/7,
exercise
24
at or
hours, you can
before
watch from the NASA. But brief
05:15
update, literally I
and
do
give
it.
us a call
All
to
right.
confirm he has stopped. We'll kick off the maneuver right at 05:15 to the lunar imaging attitude.
All right.
Copy. 05:15. He will be done. We'll call you to confirm.
Right, and then also the wastewater dump, we were able to get down to 10% and have stopped the dump. We would like a visual check from crew now that the valve is closed to let us know if and what you see.
All right. All right. So let me see what because I need to catch what they're even talking about. Okay.
Yeah, it does appear to have stopped. Oh, we just had a little chug, but for the most part, there's another chug. It is, well, actually, it's chugging pretty regularly, but when I first looked, it had stopped. Now I'm getting a big puff and then lack of particles about every 3 seconds.
Okay.
Christina, we copy chugs
Yep,
about
Jackie,
every
that's
3 seconds.
That is continuing. Every few seconds, there is a single pulse of particles coming around, and then it stops. But it is nowhere near the constant stream that we had before.
Hey, Christina, out of curiosity, wondering if Reid has started exercise yet. Is there any correlation between those two things? And are you able to hear any of the thud or chug noises like earlier?
Okay.
No correlation and negative.
Okay, we copy all. If you happen to notice that stopping at any point, we don't, just let us know. I think we'd be interested in that. And then, Christina, I have some instructions for you on camera setup and
okay, I'll keep an eye on it.
testing.
Okay, and as you have already heard, they basically
All right, Jackie,
talking a
I'm
little
ready
bit
to
about the
copy.
wastewater dump here and about the exercise here and there.
All right. All of this you will be able to utilize steps from your the opportunistic imaging activity on Victor's band a little bit later. You can use that procedure, 36.2.1, opportunistic imaging. For the Peltor recording test, step 3 of that procedure has an if OE comms crowded conditional, and we'd like you to head into that conditional, and it'll have some Peltor headset operations steps. So you can follow those steps and the subsequent PCD voice recorder reference. But really, we just want to get a couple of minutes of you using the voice recorder with the Peltor and the PCD. And if you can get a volunteer or two to do some talking in the background, some different, common cabin audio in the background of that, What we're interested in is when you play that back, are you able to hear those background noises? And for context, partly this is checking against our pre-flight testing, and it will also help us understand what kind of activities we can schedule concurrently with future opportunistic science observations.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the big picture totally makes sense, and I really appreciate the context. That's great. I'm not able to open the procedure right now, but can you tell me exactly what steps I'll be doing in that? I understand that what I say yes on that if about if OE1 is crowded, but what total steps overall am I doing in that procedure?
All right.
Everything for the Peltor recording is encompassed in step 3 of the opportunistic imaging, and we're checking on if there's any specific steps embedded in there that you do not need to perform.
Okay, so I'm doing 36.2.1 step 3, and are the voice recorder samples also a part of that, or is that just something separate I'm doing on my own?
Yeah, it's all embedded in that. So that conditional, if the OECOM is crowded, gives you procedures for Peltor headset operations and PCD voice recorder reference, all embedded within the parent step 3.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look, and I'll start executing and let you know.
Okay, great. I had one more piece for you. In order to be ready for the 10 minutes we're going to have for the opportunistic imaging, we also suggest that you or a second crew member volunteer go ahead and set up the D5 with long lens and Z9 with 35 millimeter lens in the lunar observation config, and step 1 of the opportunistic imaging gives you the procedure references for the lunar well, let me tell you this. Lunar observation setup is 26.4.1114 for the D5 camera.
Okay, so this is also another one talking about the lunar flyback, flyby imaging review here. So that's that.
But I think you just would like me to set up those two cameras for lunar imaging reference 36.4.1114.
Yeah, 26.4.1114 is the D5 version of the lunar observation setup.
Copy 26. That makes more sense. IVA. All right, all tracks. I'll get on it. Jackie, one question back to you about when do you expect we might be able to use toilet again?
Yeah, I understand the question. The teams are talking about the signature, and they are actively meeting to get you a forward plan as soon as possible. But it's maybe another hour before we can get back to you with a forward plan.
I copy. Would you authorize one use of the toilet?
Checking.
All right, so that's also what we hear so far from the mission. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay, so not the one, but that's that. Okay, we are still going to hear any kind of update here and there.
And Integrity Houston, breaking news. We have results on the discussions down here for the tank venting, and at
Okay,
this
so
time,
let's hear
you
it.
are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
Okay, so that's a good news there.
And the
The
crew rejoices. Thank you.
Okay, so looks like they are able to use the toilet again once more after the wastewater dump already completed. And also the mission control center already demands already see this and basically said, yeah, you guys can use it and finally. So yeah, no problem as well.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard quite a bit of communication about a few different topics there between the crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon and the team here in Mission Control Houston. At first, they were discussing an upcoming opportunistic imaging opportunities, particularly some images that they may be able to capture soon out of the cabin windows of the Orion spacecraft of the moon. So they were moving that around in the timeline to be able to accommodate it. So they're going to begin getting set up and deploying some cameras to be able to capture the moon in its current state, as they are about 89,000 miles away from the moon and continuing to close in on the moon. About 192,000 miles now separating Orion and its crew from the Earth. And then they were also discussing a recent wastewater dump. So the Universal Waste Management System on board the Orion spacecraft, which is basically the space toilet, recently completed a wastewater dump, which is when they vent the urine overboard. And so they were able to complete that wastewater dump. They did have some issues previously with the wastewater dump.
Houston Integrity, timeline, final think.
I don't know if we can use the final word for the whole day, but yeah, let's talk one more time now.
That is fair. We understand that at 15:15, Reid will stop exercising, and you will start to maneuver the vehicle for the opportunistic science visuals. And then at that point, are we subbing in the PAO event and then doing the opportunistic science blue box activity after, or are we doing the opportunistic science before?
Oh.
Christina, good question. We are going to jump right into the opportunistic science imaging at 05:15, or as soon as we get into attitude, and then at 05:30, we need to start maneuvering back to the attitude that will support the PAO event.
Okay. So they need to start maneuvering the attitude,
So you
altitude,
still envision both
just
Victor and
for.
I doing the
Oh,
opportunistic science activity overall.
okay. They are going to do that in preparation
Yeah,
for the public
we will take your
affairs
judgment, but
event.
we would like it done during this time. This is the opportunity that we have today.
Oh, right. Okay. So, okay. So we are still waiting.
Integrity Houston for imaging and Peltor priorities.
Okay, so now this is quite a bit of checklist for the imaging and
Hey, Christina,
whatever if
since we've
needed
got this
here.
very specific block that will be an attitude for the imaging, the priorities are to get the camera set up and have you perform that block as written in Victor's timeline. And if the Peltors are not set up yet, we can absolutely take any observations on OE1. And then afterwards, when the attitude is not so critical, we can perform the check of the Peltor recordings.
Perfect. We were thinking the same.
Okay, so this is most likely speaking about the altitude, altitude, altitude control and maneuvering, so they can prepare ahead for the Jeremy Hansen's public affairs event with the Canadian Space Agency. We might see that soon. Let's look at that. Yeah.
Houston, we are clear on exercise.
We copy.
And CO2 is 2.4.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard that the crew has completed their daily exercise blocks. So the final crew member to complete their exercise for the day using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft was NASA astronaut Reid Weisman. And now that that exercise is complete, they're going to be maneuvering the Orion spacecraft into an attitude to be able to capture some opportunistic lunar imaging out of the windows inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Once that imaging is complete, the crew, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, will begin getting set up for an upcoming CSA Public Affairs Downlink event. And then once that event is complete, the crew will begin winding down for the day. They will have a private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. This is a standard conference that happens every day. And they will also have a private conference with the flight director. The flight director here currently is NASA Flight Director Diane Daly, who you can see in that bottom right-hand box on your screen.
Houston Integrity for opportunistic science. Which window am I setting up?
Window 2.
Copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orion spacecraft was performing a bit of an attitude maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we are in attitude, as you can probably see. And one clarification on the cameras. After using the long lens on the D5, we would suggest switching that lens to the Z9 to capture a few more photos.
Understood, Jackie. That is an obviously large moon looking out the window. Good gracious. And you can definitely see the beginnings of the far side with Oriental and beyond Oriental.
Oh, so that's
That is just
the far
awesome.
side of the moon. You can see there. We are closing in. And yeah, if you
All right, some smiling folks here, and we wouldn't
interesting,
mind any other observations you want to share directly with us.
interesting. So this is the view from the solar array wings, that of the onboard camera. That one is surrounding the Orion Integrity spacecraft. Very important to keep the
Well, our first observation,
lights
Jackie,
up
is
there.
that we once again need to clean all our windows before we do the lunar flyby day.
All right. And sorry if you see the remark about the remark that I actually already gave. There's another text there. Yeah, because unfortunately I do have a little bit
We
of
copy.
because I do a little bit of I do have to do a bit urgent stuff
So we can
background,
clearly see Grimaldi,
unfortunately. So
Glushko. We can
hopefully
see
you
over
guys
to
can understand.
Oriental just with the naked eye. The
Oh,
moon's
so
eye
this
is
is
so
it.
bright just through the naked eye that it's going to take me a little while to
Oh,
adjust. You don't see any stars at
all
all because the
right.
moon glow is so. I do see a couple stars as my eyes are starting to adjust to this. Um, Primary colors that we see right now, just a bright, bright white, especially on the south pole and the far side, and then all the Mares on the near side are just varying shades of gray. Not picking up any color yet, just with the human eye, but we also haven't dwelled very long on this. Definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Aristarchus, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We copy.
All right, all right. So awesome view. From what we heard. All right, awesome view, or possibly what we might also see is the Earth's backdrop. I don't know,
This
in
is
between these
Artemis
two.
Mission Control.
I would say Grimaldi from here is the darkest, most high contrast spot that I can possibly see, and I'm pretty sure that is Grimaldi, with Oriental on the far side
Oh,
of that, past the Mares there. But Grimaldi is just so crystal clear and dark.
all right, all right. It's okay.
We copy all and appreciate it. One question for you. If someone might have a free hand and you'd be willing to share some video of you all taking a look out those windows, I know that we would enjoy it.
Oh, so another useful information what we are going to learn so far. Yeah. All right.
And Jackie, we will definitely get a camera out. It is pretty dark in here.
Copy. We did see some pretty cool low cabin light photos come from you all yesterday, so we'll still give it a try.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest Mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those Mares is a huge basin because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever.
Christina, we copy all.
And Victor is absolutely mesmerized by Oriental through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental but all around the basin you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change, it's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it.
Now they basically the
Also
Artemis
worth mentioning,
crew,
we do
Artemis II
currently have a full
crew.
moon,
Right
and we
now
can't
they
detect any
discard
terminator
the
at all. It
physical
looks like full
appearance of
limb all
the
the way
far
around
side
it.
of the moon. Wow, wow,
We copy,
that's
and thanks for
interesting.
sharing some cabin video. And unfortunately, in this opportunistic imaging pass, we've got just about 2 minutes before we'll maneuver back to get set up for the event.
Oh, getting set up for the event, yeah, for the public affairs event. That one is actually to align this Orion spacecraft. Oh, here we go. Inside view of it. Whoa, we are actually pretty lucky. Look at that. We are actually pretty lucky. This is as best video as we can get. Live stream inside the
Jackie,
Orion
we got Jeremy
spacecraft.
on there just for a minute for
Orion
his video,
Integrity
and he's just
spacecraft.
going to
Ooh,
look at this. As soon as I put
beautiful.
my hands on the 400, it's just, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
All right, interesting. You can see there with the lightings. I mean, it's spectacular. We got the live view inside it. Before that, if you try to expect this on Apollo missions, it's going to be very tricky. But nowadays, oh, just look at that live stream directly inside the Orion
And Houston,
spacecraft.
I can tell
Yeah.
you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Oh, queen of hyperbole. I
Copy,
love.
Christina doing her best Reid impression at the window.
Okay, so basically they're just playing around. They're just teasing around with each other. Oh, I think this is the tradition. How do I say? Pulling a prank, between the crew, and they're practically just pulling a prank. I love I love the dynamic between this Artemis two crew and also the mission control center. I really like and appreciate their their candid moment here, candid moment just pulling a prank around. And yeah. Oh, yeah, another view.
This
Awesome.
is Artemis Mission Control.
Andrew, we
Awesome.
won't have a good scene check, but can we just make sure that we're streaming the HDMI and get a sound check from you guys?
Oh, okay. So they are currently testing the HDMI
Yeah, it looks like
cabling and
a
also the
Halloween movie right
sound
now. Kind of
do some
dreamish,
sound
but
check here as well.
I think it's a
Nice.
pretty good view. Maybe top is a little higher up the docking tunnel than we've seen in the past.
All right. All right. Okay, everything out of view again. Okay, and now this is inside the mission control center. Okay, that one is a brief handshake of the TDWIS or the tracking data and relay satellite
And Jackie,
systems,
if you're
and
clear with
presumably
his
even for the
couple more
deep space
observations.
network as well. So that's why.
Yep, we
Oh,
are
brief
maneuvering. There's a
handshake,
little bit of in and
fortunately.
out com, but we'll take your observations.
Okay, nice.
And did you hear Jeremy's transmission prior to what I asked?
All right, all right, all right. Let's look at that.
Integrity Houston, we had some in and out comm as we maneuvered. We did hear the last microphone check from Jeremy. And Christina, we would take some observations when you have a minute.
All right, all right. So let's see. More observation period there. Okay.
Yeah, I just
And
wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb.
oh, oh, the
On
terminator
the
line.
terminator,
Basically day
but
and night
it's basically
time
almost in the
of
same place
the
as where you
moon,
would
I
imagine
believe
the
so.
sun to be. But it's very high albedo, as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the
Oh
terminator
yeah, really
complex
talking
there.
about the surface of the moon. Yeah. Yeah, so this is
Great
correct.
copy.
Okay, and by now it's just 15 minutes left before the event's going to start for the yeah, around 15 16 minutes left before the live Canadian Space Agency public affairs event will
This
start,
is Artemis Mission
specifically for
Control in
the
Houston,
one of the
Texas.
Artemis
The
II
Orion spacecraft was
astronauts,
maneuvered to an attitude
Jeremy
a few minutes
Hansen.
ago to be able to capture some opportunistic imaging of the moon. So we heard some of those conversations from the crew as they were making some observations of what they were seeing of the moon out of the windows of the Orion spacecraft. You heard them referencing several craters and basins that they were seeing on the moon. One of those was Grimaldi, which is a crater and it's a large basin located near the western limb of the moon. They also discussed the Orion Basin, which is one of the youngest of the large lunar basins. And one of the last things they discussed was the Imbrium Basin, which is the largest impact basin on the moon's near side. They're now maneuvering out of that attitude, but they were able to capture some imagery that will be downlinked to the ground and then hopefully shared out once it's reviewed. And now the crew is getting set up for an upcoming public affairs event, specifically CSA or Canadian Space Agency. Jeremy Hansen will be participating in that event.
Houston Integrity for one more observation and a question.
Before we take your observation, Christina, I want to comment that the camera that just got stowed is taking half of our view here in the scene, and we would like one more scene and voice check together when Jeremy has a chance. And we'll take your observations.
I missed your very last, but other than that, copied all.
Sorry, just saying that we would take those observations when it's a good moment.
I just wanted to mention, great call from the science team on sticking with the D5 for our observations, the real science observations during the flyby, because I can confirm that the Z9 imagery, even through the viewfinder, because it's digital, was very different. It was much higher contrast than the naked eye view through the D5 viewfinder.
That is really useful feedback. Thank you.
Sure thing. And I'll also mention that the Z9 could be a tool for locating targets because of its higher contrast. It's actually a little easier to see some things, but then obviously going back to the D5 for observations could be a good technique.
We copy.
Over to Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy, for this scene, we are seeing a lot of the docking tunnel. We recommend tilting the camera down a bit.
Oh, so right now a little bit of
Christina
camera.
just floated back there to frame it for us, so go ahead and be directive. She's pointing it right now.
Yeah, we see it. That actually looks pretty good.
Okay, so
Yeah,
still
right there.
do a little bit of camera adjustment there. Yeah, even though there's some kind
I
of
don't know that I can do the play-by-play with the delay, but we trust Christina.
okay. Okay, so still adjusting, and obviously because they are adjusting, I guess it's better to surprise us a little bit what they're going to do next. Yeah, so I think that's why we don't see any visual here, because obviously they are still calibrating the camera, whatever needed for the public affairs
Okay, Jeremy,
event.
it's set in position, so you can do the final seat check.
All right, so here we go. Final check.
Scene looks great, and we would take another 10 count on the mic if you have it handy.
Okay, so for the sound check, usually just like you heard it a little bit accidental, it's like their count. Okay,
Yeah, you can pause. It's all good.
yeah, it's basically like a count from descending count from 10 to 1 and also to 0 if I remember. Both in English and also in French, but not the usual French. It's in Quebec French. Just for your information. So, and as you already heard, the accent of the Quebec French, they really have that kind of, how do I say, English like
All right, Integrity, we'll be
accent,
ready for another
but
time
with
start in about
French,
8.5 minutes.
but with some French pronunciation. So it's like a weird marriage in between this English and also French as well, when it comes to pronunciation of the Quebec French. Yeah, but uh, Quebec, if you're from Quebec, from Canada, please correct me if I'm wrong on there. Yeah, because I only get some information from my readings and whatnot, so I could have been a little bit inaccurate, but Yeah, please enlighten me if there's any more I need to know. And yeah, for new and existing or even subscribers, viewers, or literally anyone else coming to this stream, hello and welcome. You're now currently watching the Orion Integrity spacecraft for the Artemis II crewed moon mission. This one is the brief, sort of my brief update for day 4. Yeah, if you really want to watch 24/7, 24 hours of stream, you can directly go to the NASA YouTube channel. But otherwise, brief update like this, usually I will reserve this for very important event instead of just trying to show you mostly two blank all the time. So I just give you some notable stuff here and there. And after that, I'll just mostly going offline until we'll be back again on tomorrow for the flight day number 5. We are not going to be back up until I believe, yeah, so possibly we might try to go stream a little bit, I think around 10 a.m. in the morning, I guess, local time here in Sarawak, in Borneo, on 6th of April 2026, or possibly because if I remember, I do have class schedule at the time, so I need I need to find some way how to stream some part of it. So yeah, I'll be looking at the schedule or whatever I can do. Oh yeah.
Houston Integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
All right. Altitude
Jackie, with
change.
that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon.
Okay.
And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies.
Okay. So basically they've already changed the altitude reference point from Earth now to the moon because obviously they are going to do some moon flyby, lunar flyby as well. Okay. So that's why. And yeah, looking at the public affairs event for the Canadian Space Agency with the CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are going to see it around 4 minutes from now. So we are going to see that and that soon. We're gonna see. And yeah, awesome news as well. Okay, so looks like the event's going to start soon. And by now it should have started by now. So let's listen in, getting ready in. It should be around less than a minute, less than 1 minute. We are going to see uh, this public affairs live conference event. Not really conference. It's more like an event for the Canadian Space Agency for the CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. We are going to hear that soon. Not going to be that long because I already hear the sound, already hear more audible white noise sound here. So we might hear that soon. Get ready.
Integrity Houston, your AIU is trying to steal the show here.
Oh, and yeah, you can see Artemis in the background. Yay! The Artemis from Sailor Moon, I believe so. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the Artemis. Yay! Yeah, Artemis, the white cat
Integrity, this is Houston.
basically serves
Are
as
you
an
ready for the event?
advisor and guardian to Sailor Venus, if you really want to know. Yay, let's hear it.
Houston Integrity. We're looking forward
Okay,
to
so
speaking
here we
with some
go.
youth today.
The live event already start for the Canadian Space
Canadian Space
Agency.
Agency, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Okay,
Integrity, this is the Canadian Space Agency. How do you hear me?
okay, so good. Here we go. Let's tune in to this live event for the post affairs event by the
We have
Canadian
you
Space
loud and clear,
Agency for
CSA.
the CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And there's four astronauts already visible here. You see on the left side is the Victor Glover. On the
Thank you,
back side
Jeremy. We
of
have
the Jeremy
many
Hansen is
Canadians who are eager to ask you
Reid
some
Weisman, and
questions.
the right
We're going to
side
start
of
right ahead
him
with those. The
is
first question
Christina
is from
Cook.
Dia
So
in
yeah.
Mississauga, Ontario.
Do astronauts get special training to do CPR in space? How do you actually do that when there's no gravity?
Oh, special training for CPR in space. How do you do that when there's no gravity? Okay, that's actually a good question. So let's hear the answer by Jeremy Hansen.
You just have to help me out with that question. Was that about CPR training? Is that what I caught?
That's right, Jeremy. You're asked do you have special training to do CPR in space, and how do you actually do that in zero gravity?
Oh, let's hear his answer here. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, it's a great question because we're all alone up here, just the four of us. And if we ever had to do it, we definitely want to plan. And so we talked about it on Earth before we came here. And one of our tests this week was actually to try those techniques out. And we have about 3 different spots in the capsule where we can do it. There's probably one that I can show you in the camera view if I just slide Reid over here.
Okay, let's see how Jeremy going to demonstrate it
What I need to do is
to the Reid
support
Weisman here.
myself and have him
Oh,
against something. So if I put my back here,
We rearranged the law.
and Reid here, I can push on him.
oh, so
So this
that's how you do it.
one of our CPR objectives in space. This is actually not the best one, but it's the only one you can see in camera.
Oh, that's
Thank you, Jeremy.
interesting.
The next question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Oh, do you still see stars in the deep space? So let's listen
Yeah,
in.
I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So Reid?
we have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars, it's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not
Cute.
twinkle at all.
Rice
They are
plush is
just
cute.
perfect. They almost look just perfect.
That design
pinpoints
is
of
by
light.
the
So that is
Lucas
our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We
Yi
are doing that.
or Lucas Yu, if I remember correctly. Oh, so
Great. We
technically
now
you
have a
still
question
can
from
see the
student
stars,
in
but
Semi
if
Kilowatt
there's too
in
much
Nunavut.
illumination, it's
What
going to be
types of
hard,
food do you
but not
eat in
impossible.
space, and how do you cook it?
Yeah, so I've only
Oh,
been eating
types of
space food
meal
for a
in
couple of
space.
days here, but
Oh,
Christina, she lived in space for pretty close to a year. She's eaten a lot of space food, and so we have a few items here to show you. Christina, you want to
okay,
look?
so let's
Sure.
let's look.
Let's
This
see
is
what
the
we're going to
foods
pull out.
in
So,
space.
this is Jeremy's dinner, and in space, you really just eat all of your food out of bags of some kind, plastic
Yeah, you have
bags
to use
or
these
little
plastic bags.
metallic bags, because
Oh,
we have to rehydrate a lot of our food. This is actually shrimp cocktail. And this has been
oh,
rehydrated
shrimp
already, so we added
cocktail.
water to it, and the shrimp soak back up the water, and it's actually pretty tasty. This is an example of a food that has not been rehydrated yet. It got all dried out for
Oh,
flying
that
up
one
here
is
in
the dried
space, and those
out.
are green beans.
Oh,
So we do
green
have to eat our
beans.
vegetables even in space, but don't worry, they do give us mac and cheese.
Oh, still mac and cheese. Okay, okay. Interesting.
Nous avons maintenant une question dans la salle. Émilie.
Bonjour Jérémy, je m'appelle Émilie et je viens de Saint-Bruno au Québec. Sur la Terre, on voit parfois un croissant de lune. Est-ce que lorsqu'on est autour de la lune, on voit un croissant de terre?
Okay, so this is it. Okay, this is in Quebec French. You can hear.
And before I answer that question, I got to go back one. Here's the maple syrup that we opened up and had for
My
lunchtime
apple syrup.
today.
Oh,
So
come
we had a
on.
little
This
bit
is
of
this
Canada
is
on
the
board today,
pride food of
and
Canada.
I shared it with my crewmates, and I think they
Yeah.
enjoyed that. So it was great. Pour les questions, en fait, oui, on voit des croissants de la Terre, et c'est quelque chose d'incroyable pour moi. Par exemple, la journée avant le TLE, le Translunar Injection, quand nous sommes réveillés, on a vu une demi-terre. Et ça, c'était la première fois que j'ai vu quelque chose de magnifique comme ça. Et pendant cette journée-là, on a vu la Terre au complet et on a vu la Terre noire. Alors, ça, c'était une perspective vraiment unique. And the question was, do we see a crescent Earth just like we see a crescent moon when we're in space? And the reality is we do, and we've seen it all. We've seen a half Earth,
Yeah,
partial
crescent
We've seen
Earth.
a dark
In
Earth.
space.
And
Oh,
when we
interesting.
woke up for TLI, we saw just it looked like a bowl of Earth just sitting there for breakfast in the sky. It was really, really unique.
Yeah, very unique
Thank you, Jeremy.
experience,
The
you
next
know.
question is from Joel in Edmonton, Alberta.
You undertook lunar geology training in Canada, Iceland, and at the Lunar Sample Laboratory facility. Are there any lunar landforms that you're particularly excited to see up close?
Oh, this is about the geology, geography stuff. Oh, that's interesting question. Oh, very good question there.
Absolutely. We have done some incredible geology training on Earth, and one of them, as you mentioned, was in Canada at Kamastaston Crater. And I got the honor of training there with Jeremy and Jenny Gibbons and a great team of geologists scientists from NASA and many institutions. We did learn a lot about how, craters form and a lot about the mineral that makes up the moon. What we are probably most excited as a crew about seeing on the moon would be an amazing feature called Oriental. And it is sometimes known as the Grand Canyon of the moon because it has all kinds of multi-layered crater rims and a lot of different land formations, and it has mare, like kind of lava fields all throughout it in different shapes, and it's very distinctive, and no human eyes previously had seen this crater until today, really, when we were privileged enough to see it. So we can't wait to share more when we get closer to the moon.
Thanks so much. Masab in Vancouver, BC has a question for you as well.
Which movie do you believe is the most accurate representation of space?
Oh, okay. Let's listen in. I think probably Project Hail Mary. Let's listen.
Well, there are many great space movies.
Or maybe
For our
another one,
specific
Interstellar.
example here, one that really captures it, I think, is Apollo 13. Now, we haven't had any major
Oh,
malfunctions like Apollo 13
Apollo
did, but
13.
they ended up on a very similar trajectory to us. And that movie really shows you a lot what it's like with just 3 humans, trapped in a tiny capsule and surviving in space together. So that's just one of many, but it's one of my favorite space movies. You have a
Oh,
space
so
movie?
Jeremy Hansen's
Yeah.
favorite space movies, Apollo
All
13.
right, we have
Oh,
another
that's
question,
legend.
Jeremy, from here in the room.
I'm Adelaide from Ottawa, Ontario.
All
How has
right.
your family helped you prepare to go to space? And do your kids get time off school?
Oh, okay. Actually, that's a very
Of
interesting
course,
question.
in life you do things as a team, and my primary team is my wife and my 3 kids, and they
Yeah.
have been extraordinary in supporting me through this endeavor. Some of the ways that they've helped me is just by giving me grace. Sometimes with this job, I can't be there for them when they would like me to be there. There's a lot of sacrifice from the family, and so they've definitely done that for me. And they've been my greatest cheerleaders along the way. So super grateful for Catherine, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin. And did they get time off school? Well, yes and no. So they had time to come to
Oh.
quarantine and be with me to support me in the launch. But what it meant was they were doing a lot of homework, doing a lot of self-study, and they were still getting it done. They were just getting it done from quarantine.
Oh, that's interesting to
Thanks.
hear.
Parker from Apsley, Ontario has a question.
Why does water become spherical in space?
Oh, that's interesting as well. Why does water become spherical in
Well,
space?
my 3 crewmates lived on board the International Space Station for a significant amount of time, and so they've done a lot of playing with water, and so they were giving me a tutorial today at lunch. So maybe I'll just get Reid to give
Okay,
you the
let's see
tutorial that
the
he gave me right
demonstration
now.
here.
Oh, let me. Well, here you can see the spherical balls that I just let loose on the cabin. All right, Reid.
There's another one going over there, but it's really the surface tension. If you ever just see
Yeah,
a drop of
surface
water on your
tension.
finger, even though it looks like a convex little drop on your finger in space, that surface tension is all around, so it just creates a perfect bubble because there's no gravity
Oh,
to
surface
act on it.
tension, basically
And so it just stays
something,
in this perfect sphere.
something
It
to
actually becomes a lens. And
ye-
earlier today, we were
keep it on
laughing
shape.
because we could make Jeremy's face go upside down or right side up, and
Ooh,
it's
ooh,
pretty
ooh, ooh,
amazing.
ooh.
It's fun to play with water in space.
Victor's sending us a towel to clean up the mess.
Oh, looks like they need to clean up the mess.
Thanks for that demonstration. We now
That's
turn
funny.
to Jackson from Calgary, Alberta.
How did you get to be on the Artemis II mission?
Hey, how does what's his feeling on about this
I'll answer
Artemis
while
2
Jeremy's making
mission.
a nice water
Oh.
bubble for you. How did Jeremy get to be on the Artemis II mission? Jeremy and I were selected as astronauts together back in 2009, and he was a member, obviously, of the Canadian Space Agency, and I was a member of NASA. And when Jeremy interviewed to be an astronaut, our chief astronaut, Peggy Whitson, was on their board. And Peggy came back from that interview and said, if
Oh.
Canada doesn't hire Jeremy, NASA will hire Jeremy. He did that well. So I think
Oh.
if you go through Jeremy's life, he grew up just a very inquisitive kid. He had huge dreams. He saw a picture of Neil Armstrong in an encyclopedia a long time ago walking on the moon, and it just sparked his curiosity and his
Oh.
imagination. And he always tells people that the most important thing when you have a dream and an aspiration is that you tell people, you talk about that. Some people may not believe you can do it, but you know you can do it. And the more you talk about it, the
Yay.
more people will begin to believe that you can make your dreams come true. And that is exactly what Jeremy did.
Yay.
He turned his tree into a spaceship, and he became a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Yay.
And then he got to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009, and the rest is history.
Yeah, so it took him
I'm still not that good
almost
at water and space
20
yet. I'm still
years.
learning, but I'll keep practicing.
Yeah, so it took him 17 years from okay. It takes 17 years for him from the enlistment of astronauts into the real astronauts this time. Oh, for the future of the space exploration. Oh, is something. Okay.
Alors, les jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle vraiment important. En fait, c'est nécessaire que la prochaine génération
Oh.
contribue à notre avenir, à notre avenir. Par exemple, c'est important de juste suivre vos passions. Quand il y a quelque chose qui vous intéresse, apprendre tout ce que c'est possible. Et aussi, partager cet rêve, cet objectif pour vous avec des autres et former une équipe. Et vous pouvez faire des choses importantes pour les humains. Aussi, avec l'espace, maintenant, il y a plein des moyens de contribuer à notre civilisation. Par exemple, on peut utiliser l'espace. Quand on trouve une solution qui utilise l'espace, souvent, ce n'est pas une solution locale, c'est une solution globale. Alors, quand on utilise l'espace, on peut aider le Canada, bien sûr, mais aussi les autres pays, n'importe où au monde. The question was, how can young people contribute to Canada's or the world's space future? And the reality is there's just so many ways that you can use space. And often in space, when you find a solution, it isn't a regional solution, it is a global solution that can be shared around the world.
Oh, so basically like a global space partnership, like an international space station. So interesting. Okay, another question.
Je m'appelle William, provencher de Carignan, au Québec. Est-ce que les astronautes sont formés pour pouvoir réparer tout et n'importe quoi à bord de la capsule Orion?
Okay, so that's what you heard. Another one from Quebec French there. You can hear some of them really can speak really good French. So yeah.
La formation pour les astronautes est de réparer plein des choses dans les capsules, bien sûr, mais la plupart du temps, la formation, c'est piloter et opérer le vaisseau. Mais si on a des problèmes ici dans la capsule, on a une grande équipe sur la Terre qui peut nous aider pour réparer des choses. Alors, si quelque chose ne fonctionne pas, souvent on demande à Mission Control à Houston pour nous aider à comment le réparer. Alors, on a des experts sur la Terre. The question was, are astronauts trained to fix everything on the capsule? And the answer is, we're trained to fix a lot of things, but a lot of our training is about piloting and managing the systems on the capsule.
Interesting.
There's a lot of things that if they break, we call Houston, Mission Control in Houston, and they walk us through how to repair it.
That's great. Thanks, Jeremy. The next question is from Onyx in Elsipogtog, New Brunswick.
What happens to organs when your stomach is in space?
So as far as I can tell, the question was, what happens to our organs in space? As far as I can tell, nothing. It feels very much like my body is operating pretty much exactly it did on Earth. The one thing that I noticed is, there is a blood shift. And if you knew me before I got to space, I'm sure my face is a lot puffier now, is because there's a lot more blood up in my upper regions of my body because gravity is not constantly pulling it down. And I can just sort of feel it in my head. It's like, I don't know, just something different. I can tell it's just slightly different. It's not bad, but it's just slightly different. But other than that, for me, not a lot of changes. But let's talk to the expert over here. She knows a lot about this.
Oh, oh, so basically,
did
what's
just think of two
happening
organs that
with
I
the
know of
with your
specifically that
body
have
in
very well
space?
documented effects
Oh,
in microgravity or adaptations. They're actually ways that your organs change, usually to adapt to the environment. And one of them is with your heart. Your heart actually changes its stroke volume because even though we exercise almost every day, the rest of the time your heart does not have to work as hard to pump that blood up to your brain, and it adapts to that, and its muscles actually change. And when you get back from a long duration space flight, you have to work really hard to get your cardiovascular system going. One other organ that is affected is your kidneys, because the kidneys and some of the parts in them actually rely
oh,
on a gravity vector to work correctly. And they've found through science investigations on board the space station and things like tissue chips and organ chips that the kidneys are highly affected, and astronauts have to work or look out for kidney disease. So it sounds like you're kind of interested in medicine. Thought I'd mention those two.
oh, about the space medicine. Haha. If you're very interested,
Thank you so much,
you can
Jeremy,
actually
for
involve
sharing your
with this
amazing
one.
journey with us tonight and
All
with
right.
all Canadians. Do you have any last thoughts before we leave you this evening?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Just really great to spend some time with my fellow Canadians from way out here. We're, if I do some quick math in my head, we're around 300,000 kilometers from home right now. It's an extraordinary
Oh,
journey.
yeah.
And
Like you
sharing
said,
this journey with
correct.
Canadians is incredibly meaningful for
We are
me.
using
And it's
metrics
so
here.
important that this generation and the next generation see themselves represented in this mission as these four humans and our incredible team from around the world head out on this journey around the moon. And just remember, Canada's future in space is bright because of all of you. Wishing you all the best. Thanks for joining us here on Integrity. Have a great one.
Yay! 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 I hope they enjoy this event, and I hope you guys also enjoy this event just like me.
Integrity, this
Yay!
is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Yeah, already conclude.
Thank you to all participants.
Nice.
Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm.
All right. So now what they are going to use next? Okay, let's see. Before I decided to end the stream as well, because I need to get a little bit of rest, Just like these astronauts getting ready for to get some good amount of rest. I do need as well. Okay. Yeah, because I'm sitting here for how long is it? Yeah, I mean, I do go here and there, but at least for this stream, we are almost closing in 4 hours. That's crazy. At this point, might as well just call this an endurance stream instead. Oh, 87,000 miles. So let's try 87,000 miles to kilometers. Okay, so they're around 140,000 and 13.45 rounded numbers of kilometers left to the moon. So yeah, not really that far away right now. They're pretty closing in. All right. So interesting. And yeah, you can see right there.
Integrity, Houston, a few items to sync up on before you get into PMC and evening activities. Let us know when you're ready.
You're ready, Jackie.
All right, a couple of questions about today's timeline and then some forward plans for the toilet and wastewater dumps. I guess we'll bookend with toilets. So first of all, we thought perhaps you had not
toilet and
prioritized
wastewater
toilet
dumps
maintenance
again.
due to
Oh, okay.
the earlier constraints, and so if you had not gotten to the toilet maintenance block, we do need it before you go to sleep tonight due to oxone constraints. How copy?
That is complete.
Oh, so they need to go to sleep as soon as possible due to the oxygen constraints level, huh? Right.
Wanted to, we knew that maybe we stepped on some of the flexible HRP activities today, and wanted to let you know that at least the HRP standard measures we're looking for today, since it's asking about your first 3 days in flight.
Victor is going to knock that out soon. It was a flexible activity. He has not finished it yet. The other three are complete.
Absolutely works for us. Thank you. And then a couple of questions from science. We wanted to follow up and ask if you were able to complete your LTP reviews today, if you had any questions on those. And then looking for confirmation that you have or you plan to transfer the images you took during today's observations so that we can downlink them tonight.
And Victor has that in work right now. I believe we all were able to complete our studying. One question I had was just understanding the different uploads and whatnot. Do I understand correctly that overnight tonight, the actual final plan that we will be executing will be uploaded into our LTP? Is that right?
Christina, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so looks like they are planning for the another planning for the lunar flyby imaging opportunity as well. This one for the planning.
Okay, thank you. With that, no
All
other
right.
questions about our LTP review. The materials were great and it went well.
All right, one final topic for you, and we're looking for some feedback. Big picture for the toilet wastewater vent lines, we would like to try providing warm contents to the wastewater vent lines, ideally through a series of crew donations and then immediately followed by a dump. So we are wondering if you think that is something you could support this evening, and if you were to suggest a time, we would like to know what it is.
Jackie, are you looking for how the max number of donations or a minimum number? What would the minimum number be?
Christina, we don't necessarily have a minimum number, but we'd like to get as many as possible back-to-back uses.
We're looking for a good time, but yeah, I think we should all be able to cycle through there for you. I'm sure you've considered this, but there is also the option of PWD water heated in the food warmer, which will be very, very hot.
Yeah, Christina, teams down here had similar thoughts, but that system is designed for a particular type of fluid, and we want to stick with that chemistry.
All right.
Understood. Makes sense. How about right after the flight director conference in that time frame?
Oh, okay. They are still planning here.
That is perfect, and we will just take a call when you are all complete and ready for the event.
Copy that. We'll give you a call.
Sounds great. That is it from us prior to PMC.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Mm-hmm.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen recently wrapped up a public affairs event.
Status item, docking camera activity
Okay.
on Reid's timeline is complete.
We copy.
All right. All right.
And then following that public affairs event, the crew has been chatting with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, who you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Orbit 2 Capcom is Jackie Mahaffey for this shift. They are talking through the remainder of the timeline for the day, as well as some wastewater dump activities that have been taking place. One of the activities that they were discussing was an HRP, or Human Research Program study, related to spaceflight standard measures. This experiment is conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station, and now also as part of the Artemis missions on board the Orion spacecraft. Through this experiment, it collects a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Coming up in just a few minutes, the crew will also move into their daily private medical conference. This is a private conversation with the medical teams on the ground that they have every day, typically at the end of their day. And then following that private conference, they will have a brief private conference with the flight director currently on console, which is Diane Daly, who you can also see in the bottom corner of your screen. Following both of those private conferences, they will enter their pre-sleep period, and during this period, they will complete some hygiene activities, and they will also have the chance to eat their dinner and begin winding down for the day before they head into their sleep period.
All right. So that's another update that we heard so far. So looks like because of that, we are almost going in for the other section, but this one will be mostly for the private daily conference for the astronauts involved with the first with regarding the medical stuff. It could be with the mostly would be with the flight surgeon, and also with medical staff specializes on this stuff in space, medical and whatnot. And afterward will be another brief daily conference update. That one also is private with the director, as you can see on the board. Just beside her is the in black dress. There is the is where the astronauts will be talking with. And I don't think we can actually go more useful with more usefulness and whatnot. So probably also we'll see. If there's nothing else, we might end this stream in few more tens of minutes. Will see, because of course I don't want to stay too long, and I do need to I really do need to do some kind of my own stuff here and there on the background. So yeah, hopefully you guys can understand. Okay, so by now I can say could now safely say that this is the private conference session. So we are not going to be expected to listen in too much while what's happening behind the scene. Yeah, because this is private and also confidential stuff, not something we meant to know about their condition that much. I mean, when it's about your medical stuff, un, unless you publicly disclose yourself, it's something between you and your and your your whoever actually take care of you. That's the only one that should know about your medical situation here and there. Okay, and let me also see what can we do, because I think also this is quite a bit suitable for us to just go and end this stream, but I will see, because there could be some kind of call here and there. But if there's nothing, well, also going to be a good time to stop the stream as well. Yeah. And yeah, so far looking a little bit good, but it can be a little bit boring, isn't it? Because I don't think we can discuss much about this session. So I believe it's also a bit of good time to end the streaming. I believe we can do that. Hmm. Yeah, and at least I remember about the Starlink Group 10-58 launches, combined with the Artemis II view. Also, similar situation like this happened. Not much activities can be that we can actually see. So I think we might as well just end the stream here. Yeah, I I would like to do something behind the scene as well, and mostly just to have some kind of relaxed day, chill here and there. That's the only thing that I really want to do. Yeah, that's yeah, that's the only thing that I really want to do as well. Oh yeah. So I guess um yeah. So I guess we can end this stream. Not much else we can do. So yeah. So really, there's not really much else to do. So let's end this stream. Okay, so thank you so much everybody for watching. I'm Daniel Suguwa, your host today for the Orion Integrity spacecraft of the Artemis II um, crew, crewed moon mission for this brief update, day number 4. So far, what we already saw for today, it's actually something related to here. Let me find the past event that I can show you what we've already saw so far. So far, in the mission is the let me see. So yeah, so far we already saw the manual piloting DFTO already done. Oh, yeah, no, that's not something we saw. That one is outside of my view because it happens before. Oh yeah, correct. Yeah, so far what we saw at T plus 3 days, 2 hours and 35 minutes until which lasted around 25 minutes in up until T plus 3 days, 3 hours, 3 days and 3 hours is the manual piloting DFTO, which stands for detailed flight test objective already done. And then later on, 5 minutes later, at T plus 3 days, 3 hours and 5 minutes up until an hour, which is T plus 3 days, 4 hours and 5 minutes. The crew has already conducted their lunar imaging review. This one is to do for the moon flyby missions operations, so they can capture some pictures here and there on the far side of the moon. And later on, we also saw the just before the private medical daily conference, and also the private flight, not really private flight, it's more like private daily conference with the flight director. Before that, it's at T plus 3 days, 5 hours and 50 minutes up until actually longer than this one. If I remember, it lasted around 30 minutes plus, something like that. We actually see the live from the by the Canadian Space Agency, which the downlink event happens for the public affairs uh, events there. So yeah, for the PAO actually stands for Public Affairs Office. Yeah, and primarily it's actually being CSA actually interviewed Jeremy Hansen, which is the CSA astronaut, but also generally other astronauts inside the crew also were being given opportunity to answer some question on behalf of Jeremy Hansen, if there is something he's not very familiar with the topic, not very, how do I say, not something that they know.
Houston Integrity, we are going to Orion Earth 2 for the conference, if that works for you.
All right, so they are going to do this private conference.
It does work for us.
Okay, so already been given permission, so we are not going to see anything forward here. So yeah, and also after the downlink event, now they are going to do this daily private medical conference and also general private conference as well. The first one will be with the medical staff, specializing with medical and also medical stuff here as well, especially with the flight surgeon, I believe, and also with the flight director herself. So we are going to see
This
that
is
soon.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard a call there from NASA astronaut Reid Weisman. They just completed their private medical conference with their medical teams on the ground. Again, this is a daily standard conference that takes place throughout their mission, and they are now moving into their daily private flight director conference.
Oh, daily private flight conference.
After that is complete, they will move into their pre-sleep period. Right now, we are about 3 days, 6 hours, and 36 minutes into the Artemis II mission, following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the data and telemetry from the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way to the moon. This spacecraft is about 195,000 miles away from Earth and about 86,000 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed the 2/3 of the way mark, so they are over 2/3 of the way to the moon. And again, they are expected to make their lunar flyby and the lunar close approach on flight day 6, which will be on Monday, April 6th.
So that's basically what we heard so far. Okay, therefore the Artemis II astronauts already completed their daily private medical conference, and now they're going to do this daily private flight conference with the flight director herself. So that's also what we are going. That's what we heard so far, and yeah, because that's basically private stuff, not something we public need to hear so far. But as long there is nothing of a concern, I don't think there's much else we need to be very worried about. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. Oh, and also forgot to tell you that the visual here you're looking at is the from the NASA's Aero website. Actually stands for Artemis real-time orbit website. This one actually relaying all of the telemetry and also data, and and translate it into the animations. You can actually find this yourself if you really want to. So that's that. So thank you so much everybody for watching. And this is me, Daniel Suguwa. I'm your host today for the Artemis II daily brief update, where these four astronauts, in no particular order, Christina Koch or Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, and Reid Weisman are on the way heading to the moon, for the first time of the humans going to the moon since 54 years ago. So that's pretty interesting. The last time is the Apollo 17. So that's one of the information you need to know. Where they are actually riding on the Orion Integrity spacecraft with the serial number of CM-003. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. There's not much else we can cover, so I preferred we end this stream right away. So thank you so much everybody for watching, and take care. See you soon for tomorrow live stream. So thank you so much everybody for watching, and goodbye. Take care everybody. And we will be back soon tomorrow. And that's it. We've already complete. And just take rest. That's it. Chill guys. And chill girls, or literally anyone else. Just chill. This is weekend anyways. It's at least right now we are in the Sunday, so why not let's have fun for this weekend. And I want to do what I want to do. Probably I'll just go read some manga here and there. I don't know. I really want to read. Uh, I don't know. I'm actually lately I'm a fan of slice of life, kind of stuff. Yeah, some people going to say it's boring and whatnot, but you need to remember when life's literally just give you lemonade. Sometimes you need to mellow it down with good amount of, I don't know, some good amount of sugar, not too much. Just sweeten up a little bit. Just make it less sour, and you just make lemonade out of it. So, so you understand, right? What I'm saying here. So, yeah, I really want to read more. Probably I want to read that, um, Korai Anoko, something like that. Yeah, that about the gloomy girl. And also I want to reread I would like to reread this Kubo-san manga again, Takagi-san manga. Maybe even want to read some sleuth more. Yeah, because why not? This is weekend. Let's have a chill, guys, girls, and literally everyone else. So yeah, thank you so much. I need to go rest because tomorrow also need to do some stream as well. So thank you, and take care, stay safe. Bye bye.